a psychotic episode that led to me getting diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Also, it doesn't magically fix your insecurities. Want to hear something crazy? I'm actually still insecure about my nose.
From there, you finally look at yourself in the mirror and you go, yes, my nose is perfect. But now your lips somehow aren't thick enough. If you just got a little bit of those fillers, you'd be perfect. Everything would be great. Oh, but now your chin is looking a little weak in comparison to the lips and the nose, so you should get chin filler too. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. Morgan & Morgan is investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to check, takes a few minutes, and you don't pay unless they win. Click the link below or go to forthepeople.com/Lael to see if you qualify. It's an endless cycle, and more often than not, you continue to get more procedures on your face and your body in order to look like you are perfect, but perfection will never actually exist. The sad thing is, it's never just one procedure.
The reason why so many people, particularly women, fall for the trap of plastic surgery and other optional enhancements is because we are told that being beautiful is the most important thing that we could or would ever be. The reason why so many people feel that they need to get plastic surgery is because they believe that beauty is individual features and not the sum of the parts. And the reason why some people become plastic surgery addicts is because they eventually learn that beauty is the sum of the parts, and that when you change one part, you must now change the other parts to match.
That's why I think facial plastic surgery can be so incredibly damaging, and it leads to some of the worst facial and body dysmorphia you could ever experience. I really miss unique features. It's what made people so naturally beautiful, and now everybody looks the same. If you guys haven't watched my video where I deep dive on the fact that everybody is starting to get this one homogenous look, you can go ahead and click right here. My nose being my favorite feature after being bullied for having a wide nose feels like a victory. I'm not meant to have a Eurocentric nose because it wouldn't fit me. I love urinalysis. I grew up hating my jaw for a very long time. If any of you guys have watched my videos, you know this is for a fact. My ex-boyfriend used to make fun of me for it all the time. He used to tell me cover your jaw with your hair so people wouldn't notice how absolutely monstrous my jaw is for the fact that I can eat apples all day long if I really want to. And instead of going ahead and deciding to change it because I felt bullied, I really felt like I had achieved something wonderful by deciding not to do anything about it and deciding not to change it, because what does other people's opinion mean to me? So then what happens? You end up getting more procedures and spending more and more money on fillers and God knows what, just so you can start looking more like your favorite influencer or celebrity. 18-year-old me, when I saw 2016 Kylie Jenner and got my first lip injections, not realizing it would lead to a very expensive plastic surgery addiction. What started as a simple nose job to correct one outstanding insecurity really ends up turning into a never-ending cycle. And it's a cycle that just sucks money out of you and pumps it into an industry that feeds off of all of your insecurities. Plastic surgery doesn't fix your insecurities. It makes you insecure about something else. It's exactly like those girls that were making that podcast. They said the more surgery you get, the more surgery you get. If you're gonna get one thing done, it is very likely that it will lead you to have to go and get more things done. Revisions. Maybe you start to have body or face dysmorphia and then you need to fix something else. It fixes the insecurity and then creates another one. I'm okay with that. I'm bored of the ones that I have. Honestly, let's switch it up. Like 27 years of the same insecurity. Like, let's get something new going, guys. Nothing can be worse than my nose. I feel like some people's insecurities, specifically about the nose, can be very difficult to overcome.
I think it's way more radical to accept your face as it is, as you were born. Find the confidence within yourself to love yourself and move on. Yeah, you're allowed to get plastic surgery, but I don't understand why, like, when people critique it, it's like, well, they want it. They're happier. They're blah, blah. That is so fucking pathetic. You have to what? Cut and sew your eyelids to feel
Roll it, yeah. Eat the pizza, drink the cocktail, kiss the boy, book the flight, whatever it is, just live your life and just stop being in pursuit of someone.
I love that so much because nobody's gonna remember how snatched your nose was, girl. Like, nobody's gonna be like, oh, thank God she got 3 of those nose jobs because I really snatched her right. No, like, nobody's gonna remember you for that. People are gonna remember how you made them feel, and it's so not that deep. It's so vain when you do think about it, because life is filled with so much more. Someone better stand up and say I look good in a bikini. Girl, I'll say it at your
She's
funeral.
so
Don't you
big.
worry
She's
about
like
it.
the
That's
size
never
of
what we
money,
say about
basically.
my best friend. I don't want her to die before me. That would be horrible. Now, these are some crazy stats. Global rhinoplasty
Look at that. She
pulled
doesn't
in
even
$6
flinch.
billion last year. Revisions alone
just
are
knows.
projected to hit $1 billion by 2027.
Have you ever heard the term, you're not ugly, you're just poor? Allow me to show you why that's true.
Let's talk about some of the things that I've done. The overall cost of what this would be. I've lost 115 pounds. I had plastic surgery, which ended up costing me about 30K because I did all my surgeries at once. So anesthesia room fees and operating room fees were all included. To lose the last 30 pounds that I lost and to titrate off of that, Manjaro or the active ingredient cost about $800 a month. I do 1 syringe of lip filler yearly. I do full face toxin about every 4 months. I do PRF facial injections and I do the Easy Gel twice a year. Radio frequency microneedling to tighten my skin, to improve my overall texture, to help with my scarring. I do 3 times a year.
Sorry, girl, I'm trying to buy a house. Sorry, girl, I think that's really cool, but I'm trying to buy a house. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this. No, I don't want that. No, I'm sorry, queen. This transparency is next level and I'm so here for it. Yeah, no, I applaud you, bestie. Like, that is amazing. Sending this to my husband so he sees how much money I save us yearly. Yes. I swear, the industry absolutely banks on your first surgery not being your last. Every touch-up runs at a higher price tag because every single doctor wants to blame the previous doctor for making a mess out of your nose. And also partially due to the fact that scar tissue in your nose is a complete nightmare. When Zuri shaved her cartilage down until light could literally pierce through both nostrils, the comments screamed self-hate, and they weren't entirely wrong. Years of celebrities, movies, and Instagram influencers have trained us women to look at our faces as if they're a crime scene, searching for evidence of excess width and length and bulge on the tip and bulge on the nose bridge, or even our own heritage that needs to somehow be surgically redacted.
Are the beauty standards that shock me as a person from Hong Kong. The first one is the button nose. I couldn't believe that people get rhinoplasty to remove the bump on their nose to make the nose look flatter. I personally have a flat nose, so I always want to have a masculine nose with a bump on my nose bridge. In fact, it's common for Asian people to get nose implants to make their nose more prominent and more structural. When I first came to the US, I was so shocked that people get surgery to flatten their nose, and I always found their original nose look better.
You're the realest person on this app. Hell yeah, brilliant. This makes me realize how subjective beauty really is. I focus way too much on how my face looks, and I need to learn to let go. This is why I never compare my features to others. It always changes. I'm assuming she's talking about the beauty standard because exactly, it all depends on where we're from and what we each deem as beautiful.
The Whoville nose is getting crazy. It's getting crazy. Like, when y'all go into these surgeons, who is the reference photo that you showing them? Cindy Lou Who? Martha May? Whoville? Like, who are you showing them as the picture of the nose that you want? Because clearly it's giving Dr. Seuss. It's definitely
something about this woman's accent. She's comforting me to like another level. I just feel like she's wrapping me up in her warm voice. I really like her voice. I want to hear. Can she start a podcast?
Now, I'm not completely against y'all getting those jobs, and I don't really see it as being anti-black until y'all take it too far, right? Because other races of women get those jobs too. They the originators of getting those jobs, right? They parents be out here giving them nose jobs for their birthdays, graduations. They treat nose jobs like braces. A lot of them be having like a big bump in their nose that they be trying to get removed. Or they be having these big, long beak noses that look like birds that they be trying to fix. So I get that if you don't like your nose, you can do things to fix it. It's the type of nose y'all are picking.
You know, the bump is sexy, girl. Like, you know it is. Like, right? Stop.
You're
stop
going
pretending.
In there and you're trying to get a nose that does not fit black features. A lot of these noses,
give me that.
Clearly trying.
Them big, long noses that look like birds. Exactly. The doctors are just taking people's money at this point. Exactly. Then these surgeons start leaning into that buzzword of like an ethnic nose job and trying to have ethnic preservation, which I mean, of course, is kind of the whole goal. Isn't the whole goal, if you're gonna do your nose, to not look like you really did your nose?
This is an example of one of the best ethnic rhinoplasties. This is Tiana Taylor. I didn't even realize that she had a nose job. It looks like she was born with that nose. I love that her surgeon kept her ethnic features, but just like tweaked them a little bit to make them a little smaller. This is a perfect example of what people should be asking for. It's basically a smaller version of their original nose instead of trying to go for like a Barbie nose or something like a white girl nose. It's really hard to turn an ethnic nose into a really tiny like Barbie nose, if that makes sense. And so I love that she decided to go for a more natural nose job. This is another angle of her nose job. look at that. Like, it looks like they raised the tip just a little bit. They made the bridge a little skinnier, and then they brought in the nostrils a little bit. I love how her nostrils aren't like super small. It looks really natural.
Just like taking away that thing you don't like, or is that even possible? Am I living in a dream world?
Y'all want to know what Black people and Asian people have in common, at least right now? Both of us are talking about these ethnic rhinoplasties. Both of us are talking about how our people are valuing white and how they don't like their ethnic features. Both of us. At the same time, I don't know the Asian examples because I'm not Asian. I don't really pay attention to what they got going on over there. I saw Glorilla's nose. I love Glorilla. We're from the same city. We graduated from the same school. Not at the same time, obviously. She's much older than me. Is it the worst nose job that she could have got? No, because it really don't look like all that much of a difference except for like the pinch tip. And I don't, like, if you're gonna get a nose job, like, make it show a difference. I know that there's this saying of you're not ugly, you're just broke. I thought that only applied to like getting your teeth fixed and like getting your hair done, stuff like that, and makeup and all that. That's what I thought that was applied to, which is really all she needs. She got her teeth done, okay, good, cool. She keep her hair done, okay, great. And she naturally has a pretty face. I don't really think she needed it, but hopefully people, start shying away from stuff like that, because
I think it really goes to show that this whole homogenous look is really not subject only to one race. It's not for just white people. It's that people of all different nationalities are still kind of moving towards this one ideal look, this ideation that we all should look a certain way, and that total blueprint is coming from some white lady. I don't get it, because I also find it very interesting that some women will go to such extreme lengths to have big, beautiful, massive lips, the same way that Black women are naturally born with that. It's this absolutely impossible beauty standard. No matter where you're from, you cannot attain it. And of course, if you're somebody with a wider nose bridge or a woman of color, your nose is going to be different than that of somebody who's of like, oh my shit, what? Oh my God. Respectfully, I don't know what I was just saying. I thought a bug just flew at me, but it was literally just one of my lashes. So we are going to continue one lash less. I think this idea goes so much deeper because your nose is kind of a direct relation to where you came from. People with larger noses come from certain areas. People with smaller, tinier noses come from certain areas. Just like that one creator mentioning how Asian people want to create that bump in their nose because they don't have it naturally. It is so bizarre how we all want something we don't have, and what a beautiful reflection our nose is of our ancestors and our past. Like, I love my nose for all of those reasons, and I also get really scared that if I change my nose, I'm going to have like facial dysmorphia for the rest of my life. Like, I'm thinking more long term. All of this is incredibly common with rhinoplasties. Sure, you can go ahead and get an ethnic rhinoplasty and avoid that teeny tiny weensy Barbie nose, but it does take away from the uniqueness of your own face and your natural features. And like it or not, your face unfortunately will never be the same again. And especially for influencers who most women look up to. Seeing somebody you follow, like Glorilla or Cardi B, for having unique features that are so similar to yours, just to then decide to get rid of it, it makes you feel like you should do the same thing as well.
I am never, ever getting a nose job. And it was the one thing that I always wanted. My mom made fun of me for it. People made fun of me for it. It was called my beak because it's shaped like a beak. And now it is one of my favorite parts about me. Am I the most confident person on the planet? Absolutely not. Are there mornings I wake up and I wish that I was different? Yeah, but this is not one of those videos where you're like, don't get that nose job. You're just going to look like every other bitch out there. You're just going to blend in. I'm not doing that because those women fell for the lie that they needed to change themselves, and they're victims too. For me, not changing my indigenous nose, it's an act of resistance against the patriarchy, colonialism, capitalism. And if one little girl can look at me, because representation matters, it crucially matters. If one little girl can look at me and go, wow, she's so beautiful, but she has my nose and I think she's beautiful. Maybe I am beautiful too. And that's all that matters.
Catch me dead.
I don't stare
before
at myself.
I ever make fun of my daughter for her face and her appearance. Literally cut me, like hang me at the stake, crucifixion for me, besties, because you would never catch me making fun of my daughter ever, or my son ever, for what they look like. That is already why. Meanwhile, at the exact same time, pop culture just keeps on gaslighting us. Fashion editors rave about diverse casting while retouching every bridge into a carbon copied button. TikTok audios tell South Asians that their dorsal hump is giving witch energy seconds before they go ahead and push some sort of random clinic promoting an S-curve nose. It is so messed up that no matter where we look, everywhere, people are changing their noses and then going ahead ahead and telling us to do the exact same thing. This can lead to a horrible level of face dysmorphia, which thousands of different women have to deal with all around the world. Now, we need to talk a little bit more about the reality that is nose dysmorphia. Open up TikTok and type in hashtag rhinoplasty. The first thing that comes up isn't some sort of medical disclaimer. You get a carousel of perky 20-something-year-olds peeling off their nose bridge casts to some like random fun and poppy music. Better not be Benson Boone. If you keep on scrolling, something sneakier happens. The app starts serving creators who look suspiciously like you. Same hump, same wide bridge, same family nose you never really worried about.
Every other week, I get a hate comment about my nose, and one thing about me is that I'm a contrarian. If you don't know what that means, it means that if I was insecure about my nose 5 minutes ago, which I'm not, suddenly if you make a mean comment about it, I love it. I could have been Googling nose jobs yesterday, and as soon as I see a mean comment about my nose, which is literally every other day, suddenly I never want to get a nose job in my life. I am the biggest supporter of big noses. So,
as we all should be, we love big noses here. Except they're filming before videos under some nasty bathroom fluorescent lights, and then after videos in front of golden, rich colored ring lights, raving about how their new nose unlocked a new form of confidence. They are feeding you the exact same propaganda over and over again. If their perfectly normal nose needed fixing, then your nose must be an emergency. You forget about septum collapse, prolonged swelling, or even the fear that you could wake up with a nose that looks like it belongs on someone else's face. All you remember is the dopamine hit of the new nose montage with everybody in the comment section saying, girl, your new nose hits. It just totally ate. That is how nose dysmorphia generates in 2025. Not through fashion magazines telling you to look like Paris Hilton, but through thousands of relatable strangers slowly sanding down their genetics into the same Pixar pixie silhouette. Platform then keeps the loop spinning. Surgeons keep the calendars full, and your perfectly normal nose starts to look a little bit more imperfect. Plus, all these edits totally skip everything from the anesthesia and goes all the way to the after. So this very serious surgery ends up looking about as simple as getting brand new lash extensions. We are starting to forget that a botched nose job can actually have some very severe and real consequences. Okay, glam break over. Let's pull back these ring lights and let's actually talk about what can actually go wrong with a botched nose job. Surgeons call the nose the diva of the face for a reason. It's a three-dimensional jigsaw of bone, cartilage, blood vessels, and airways that all have to keep working after someone whittles them down. When the math is even a hair off, the aftermath of the nose job is giving way less Cinderella and way more CSI Autopsy. And the most common nightmare that you could possibly experience is a saddle collapse. Picture removing too much cartilage from a tent pole. The roof caves in. 6 months after surgery, the bridge sinks, the tip droops, and you're suddenly Googling rib graft because the only spare cartilage sturdy enough to rebuild your airway is located in your chest. Talk about terrifying. Are you kidding me? All right, ribs. I'm done here. Like, I'm done. Take me out of here. Revision surgeons cost luxury car prices, and you still might end up whistling while you breathe. Yeah, and then there's something else that we haven't talked about, and that's tip necrosis. Yes, necrosis as in tissue death. Over-aggressive shaving can strangle the tiny arteries that feed the skin. At first, you think that the purple spot is just a bruise. 2 days later, it turns black and crusty. Then the ER doctor pretty much tells you that you've got a Michael Jackson cosplay on your hands that you can't actually remove. Even the smallest complications can actually snowball. A pinched tip steals airflow, so then you end up having to mouth breathe. So then you start waking up with Sahara Desert level cotton mouth. Ew. And you snore so loud like a chainsaw that your partner has to move to the couch. Sorry, I snore like a chainsaw anyway. I don't think I need any more of that, thanks. You can even get your nose infected, causing it to swell and turn red. Looking at pictures of myself before my nose job got infected. Oh my god, it's so sad. You spent all this time and money to go and get something done, only to be left with like a plethora of issues afterwards. Like, my confidence would be shot.
My nose job is infected. I'm filming for a brand today and we need to cover this up. I cannot be the only person who didn't know that you can still get infections months after surgery. Just gonna tap very lightly on the nose. It's so red. I was about to lay down for bed and all of a sudden I just feel this extreme pain in my nose. So I go to the mirror to go look. It has swollen like a balloon. I immediately called my doctor and was like, my nose is so swollen and red. I don't know what's going on. He sent me a prescription for antibiotics and I'm gonna see him next week. I'd be a lot more scared if the nose was turning purple, because that would mean that the tissue is dying. And that could also mean that your implant is rejecting and that you'd have to have surgery to get it removed. I think contour might be able to save us. But since it's only red, I'm not as scared. I've also heard of cases where noses try to revert back to its old shape. I swear that better not be happening. Let's add a few freckles to hide from the swelling. I'm gonna go film for this brand deal. Hopefully you cannot tell how swollen my nose is. I think I did a pretty good job.
My God, what a
How did I
pain.
do?
This is
Is my
horrible.
nose smaller? Can you tell it's infected? Ugh.
Each defect becomes its own rabbit hole of steroids, laser treatments, or yet another surgery. Revision rates actually hover around 20%, which is crazy. And every pass through the operating room can leave less and less cartilage for the doctors to work with. None of this horror show is meant to actually scare you away from any medical procedure ever. It's meant to balance the algorithm's never-ending parade of perfect aftershots. For every day 10 cast off, oh my God, I love my new nose, there is somebody else out there that is stocking up on saline rinses because they haven't been able to smell coffee in 8 months. Honestly, the most subversive thing that a woman can do while the entire world is trying to monetize off of her flaws is do nothing. Keep the bump, keep the flare, and keep the nostrils that evolution naturally gifted to you. In 10 years, Barbie noses will be as dated as very thin brows and peplum tops. Lord knows I love them peplum tops for a hot minute though. But your real nose though, it is timeless. And the fact that it still lets you inhale, smell things, and like breathe normally without having to spend an arm and a leg is kind of incredible. Like, why change something that isn't broken? Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. If you enjoyed it, please throw out a big fat thumbs up and also comment down below. Are you guys on this rhinoplasty train? Are you guys looking to get your noses done? I feel like I have never, ever had an issue with my nose. I love it for what it is. And to be honest, I think it has something to do with the fact that I've never looked at it too long. If you look at something too long, I'm sure you'll find a reason to hate it. Or are you guys just loving your natural noses? I would love to hear your opinions down below. If you guys enjoyed today's video, you can go ahead and click here to find out why every single person is starting to look the same. It is absolutely bizarre. Or you can go ahead and click here to learn why all of the Kardashians are starting to age like milk, because girly, it's scary. None of the procedures are going to save you from aging. We're all going to get old, whether you like it or not. You know, I only make these videos because I love you and I truly want the best for you. I hope you have an amazing day or night or whenever you're watching, and I'll see you very soon. Mwah. Bye.
I said I would come on here and I would talk about the design and the nitty-gritty stuff when it started to happen. And it's been happening, as you can see by the samples here. And unfortunately, it hasn't been happening very well. Nothing's really decided for this bathroom. Like, I'm getting there. I'll show you what I'm thinking, and I like hearing opinions because last time I told you all that I wanted to do Taverntine for the whole bathroom, and a lot of people said that wasn't a good idea, especially in the shower. So I have been researching, and I've come to the conclusion that for all the wet areas in the home, like the showers, the baths, I want to do a porcelain. I don't want anything getting ruined. I think that would be the most disappointing thing, is to put this beautiful stone in a shower and then they all get stained after, you know, like 6 months, or I just don't maintain them right and then they get destroyed. And so I've decided, for peace of mind, I want to do porcelains in the shower. And so I've been researching, trying to find porcelains that look like natural stones that are really nice. And I came across this one. It's a porcelain Taverntine. You gotta see it up close. Look at that. It's impressively good. So much that when I actually put a real Taverntine, like this one beside it, like there's not that much difference. Like not that much.
What are you doing?
Remember the early... So much that when I actually put a real Taverntine, like this one beside it, like there's not
what
that
are you
much
doing?
difference. Like not that much. Especially if you're standing
The thing
and
in
you're
the
not really
circle
close
in the
to
middle
it,
of my screen
it's
won't
hard to
go
tell.
away.
See? And so I'm pretty decided that I want to use this one in this bathroom, not the other ones, because I'm crazy and I want different stones for every single bathroom. I haven't even yet got to the one downstairs yet, but I'm thinking this porcelain Taverntine. And then I want to pair it with a quartzite for the accent wall, and then also for the countertop here. Like I could do a porcelain for those, but I just feel like a countertop is really hard. It's really nice getting the edges of like the depth of a natural stone on a countertop. And so I've decided quartzite would be an easier one to maintain in the bathroom. and then also just on one wall behind the bath where it doesn't really get water. As for the quartzite, I don't have a sample to show you because it's still in its way, because I've ordered like 50 different ones and I just haven't liked them. And so I'm hoping this next round of samples are good. Let me just show you all the samples of the things I have decided though. This for the main bathroom tile. This is our 2 outdoor materials, our soffit, our siding. This is all the cabinetry in the home, all this color. This is the floor color I want to do. I have not sourced where I'm getting it from, but this is the color that I really like in herringbone. This is the front entrance. This is actually the only thing I've ordered. And lastly, I do really love this Taberntine, and I'm thinking about making a sink for the powder room out of this one. So yeah, these are all the pretty decided samples. I'm also crazy and I want to do a green countertop for my kitchen now, like this one. Am I crazy? I don't know, but it's my house. I can do whatever I want. I wanted to do a green stone in the house. I always thought it was gonna be the powder room, but now I'm really leaning towards, you know, go big, go home. Why do my favorite color in a bathroom I'm never gonna use? Why not do it in the kitchen? You know, a place I'm gonna use multiple times a day. The reason why I wasn't considering it before, because I was really worried that if I chose anything that could be dated, it'd be really sad. So I was trying to do stuff, you know, design that was, you know, very safe and timeless, but I'm realizing that I might make a home that I'm like happy with. Like, yeah, it's beautiful, it's nice, but it's like I'm putting all this effort into doing this custom home. Like, why not choose the materials I absolutely love, you know? So I'm leaning towards that. A fun green countertop kitchen. I'm really nervous about telling you guys this. I was just gonna like just show up when we were doing the kitchen and just show the green countertop, which I'm not gonna show you exactly which one I'm choosing, but just, yeah, the kitchen might be crazy. I think that's it for my updates. I hope you guys enjoy this bonus week footage. We got all our lights this morning. They came in early. We were actually at the lumber store picking up lumber. It was right across the street for this, so we picked it up. And then we also got all the lumber for today. This all has to go on the roof.
More blocking! Yay! Everyone's favorite. You got a whole jig set up here to draw the lines. I'm just happy. This is looking good.
It'll be perfect.
It's gonna be perfect. We're now just gonna screw in with our screws, and we're gonna make it.
My dad's ladder is just so, it's something.
I'm about to send it into retirement.
It's like so light that I can pick it up with one hand.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Well, it is being held together by a bent screw. This screw is probably from our old roof too.
Oh, it is.
He took an old nail and just bent it.
Jen, do you want to screw it in this corner?
I'm going backwards? What's going on? Holy. I'm gonna do all these boxes by myself. There's the stapler. Good enough. There we go. The stapler just landed on my head.
Now that you've seen the boring side of this electrical work, is electrical work still your favorite? Because it started off pretty good. You started off like, Nick, I want to start an electrical company tomorrow. So it's been a little bit of time now. How do you feel? Like, you don't seem very enthusiastic about it. Like, I can tell you that right now. You don't like electrical anymore? Oh no! Oh no, I'm losing you! I'm losing you!
Is it?
You are the best helper ever. Thank you. That's it.
Mistakes are fixed.
Mistakes are fixed.
Okay.
I think we can move
Next.
on. You worked so hard to put all these bags in, and then you know what you do in the end?
I cut them.
Yeah. Because you need to put the wire through, right? So you have to take it, cut it, and then you put the wire in. It's like the weirdest thing ever. I get it, but it's code.
Snap the umbilical cord.
Thanks, love. Everyone wants to hear.
I gotta label it. Beautiful. My labels are just getting better by the day.
That's good.
Freaking dropped the printer on my head. It exploded everywhere. There's 6 batteries in there. I don't know who decided at the printer company to put 6 tiny batteries in this. And I only found 5. Now I can't use my printer.
Tell him.
And it landed on my head. Why is there 6 small ones?
Jenna.
Thank you.
I swear.
Thank you. Wow, you're almost done.
Yep. Exciting.
Nice. And that's it?
That's it.
Still have wires.
Really looks like a bomb went off in here. I'm not sure what happened.
Holy. What did you do?
I think we were in a bit of a rush before we left.
Yeah.
So just kind of like, eh.
Okay, maybe we should clean this up first.
I think that's how all people work. Just forget it, let it be. Let's move on. Just put the last 2 up and then we'll go over there. It'll clean itself.
You mean, what? Are you seriously just gonna work in the mess?
Yeah.
Nikki!
Okay, we'll clean it up after we're fully done this room.
Oh. Ready for the bag?
Ready for the bag. Bag. Check.
So when we got these bags from the electrical store, we were so confused why they were ginormous, because if you look at this, like, for one light, this seems really excessive, but then when we started installing them and putting them up like this, it makes so much sense because they just go in between the trusses.
Yeah.
And it makes it so easy. But we were like asking, they're like, oh, there's smaller ones, or this is too big. Like, but hindsight, it would have been such a pain if they were smaller.
Yeah.
Are you sleeping so good so you can be up all night causing mischief?
This sucks. That was a long week.
Yeah. Let's go for a bike ride.
Techniques with Bernadette Banner's hand sewing basics work wonders with fabric, needle, and thread. But if you're interested in learning a skill that I didn't mention here, Skillshare's catalog spans countless topics like art and illustration, design, photography, video editing, and many more. And their classes are taught by world-class creative professionals and successful entrepreneurs, so you're always getting expert information. So if you want to check out any of the classes that I mentioned here, or even my class, Sketchbook Regularly, create character-driven, colorful spreads, the first 500 people to use my link in the description or scan the QR code will receive a 1-month free trial of Skillshare, so get started today. Thank you so much to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to the project. Whenever it came time to assemble the armor, I had some challenges emerge. Normally, whenever I make armor like this, I sandwich my warblet around pieces of poster board. I do this for 2 reasons. First, since warblet is a thermoplastic, you typically need something more structural and solid to shape it around so that it doesn't melt as you're trying to actually assemble a piece. And second, I usually mock up my armor and poster board so I can just take my mock up pieces and use them for the final build. Here, I decided against using using poster board so that the pieces have more structure in the long run. So the main reason I did things this way is whenever I've used poster board in the past on like corset pieces or anything that is going to be more in contact with my skin, if I wear it outside somewhere and I begin sweating, paper and moisture don't like to act nicely together, and that has created some problems in some of those pieces. So I sort of had a time putting all of this together, and I mainly attribute that to using foam as the base. Unfortunately, using such thin foam for the base, it meant that these were a nightmare to heat up and assemble. I used 3mm EVA foam for the foam pieces underneath, and I had to be so careful with how I was heating up and assembling all of these pieces. The foam underneath needed to get hot enough for me to actually shape the piece and give it curvature where it needed it, but if it got too hot, it would get super floppy and lose any structure it had. The foam was also really bad at getting air bubbles underneath it. That is something that I usually don't struggle with whenever I use poster board. It just usually provides a way better barrier to the air coming through the heat gun. Because of all these new challenges, it maybe took me twice as long to assemble all of these pieces as it normally would if I was using poster board, which is something that I was really not happy about because number one, annoying, and number two, it really threw a wrench in my schedule for this project. But I eventually powered through and got everything assembled without too much on-camera complaining. Whenever everything was fully assembled and shaped properly, I had some mess to cover up, so I whipped out the quick seal and just started glooping layers of that over all of my seams and any unsightly areas that I wanted to cover up, and then I could just take some water on my fingers and smooth it out to a buttery consistency. That then just had to cure in the basement overnight while being guarded by my clone. I had some casualties along the way. These hip plates just ended up being, the consistency is that of marshmallow fluff. I should have used 5mm EVA foam as the base for these. I realized the error of my ways now. I did use 5mm EVA foam on the solid pieces that are just going to be foam, which then led me to the thought, why not just make these also foam? Which is probably what I should have done in the first place. Comment below any ideas of what to do with these. They're not getting thrown out. I gotta figure something out. I don't know if anyone cares, but I think next time what I'm going to do instead of what I just did, use a combination of poster board and EVA foam, at least on the corset part and anywhere else that is going to come in contact with my skin or just closer to my body. In the future, I think I will just keep using poster board anywhere that's not going to absorb a lot of sweat or moisture, and then use foam on pieces like corsets, mantles, stuff like that are going to be closer to my body so that sort of thing doesn't happen because it's really gross. It can be so frustrating sometimes to figure out like what is going to work well structurally and both practically whenever you're wearing it, especially in like the swampy soup is air state that I live in. You guys want to see something? Let's see, for the weather today, there was a heat advisory. The high was 95 degrees and it felt like 105. What's the humidity? Humidity, 84%. This is why I have to safeguard costumes against turning into human goo. Disgusting, but something that I have to think about. So since I am going for a Rococo kind of aesthetic for these, the next step as usual is to use my little silicone molds and some hot glue to make a bunch of these embellishments and filigree pieces to go on the sides and trim it out and everything. This time I decided, hey, you know, I use these so much, why not invest in a couple of new pieces to expand my collection? So I also have these to work with on this project just to make it look a little bit more unique from some of the pieces that I've done in the past. And I also tried to choose some that had a lot more scroll work going on because I do want to kind of give this more of a strawberry vine theme to it with all of the embellishments. So I think that these are going to work super, super well for that. So as usual, I also started early with making all of those because it takes a while to actually get all of the molds dry and produce enough to trim the entire suit of armor. In the spirit of other things that I purchased for this video, since there is sort of like a strawberry dress-esque skirt happening at the bottom of my design, I did purchase some strawberry fabric to do that with. But we're gonna worry about the whole skirt situation later. Now, I have to decorate all of this, and thankfully, like I said, I've been working ahead with these pieces. I've been trying to make as many as I possibly can so that I don't have to sit here and literally wait for glue to dry. So I'm gonna start working these into a design that fits what I have here. Try to get as close to this as possible, but also I'm gonna like just go with what looks good. I don't like being locked into a plan. The other thing that I need to do here is also sculpt some little strawberries to go as centerpieces in the middle of some of the armor. I think I'm gonna do that with foam clay, but I have not decided yet entirely. I might break out like the polymer clay if I really want to, if I decide that I want something that holds a little bit more detail. Polymer clay can be a little bit fragile sometimes, so I don't know if I want to go that route. It's also heavy, as I am reminded of time and time again with every single project that I use it for. When am I gonna learn? Anyways, let's get fancy.
Hello.
It was time to sculpt all of my little strawberry embellishments. At first I started doing this with foam clay and these were looking decently cute, but I quickly realized that they were not going to hold nearly as much detail as I wanted them to. Foam clay is really handy in a lot of ways, but it does just have a tendency to melt into glue as it dries. Even though I eventually abandoned this idea, I did make quite a few of these to use in various places just as kind of a backup because I knew I didn't have that much polymer clay on hand. So I switched to polymer clay only for the most important central strawberries. I also made sure to bulk out each of my polymer clay strawberries by using foil in the center, and unsurprisingly, polymer clay held detail so much better than the foam clay did. I was able to carve in all the little strawberry seeds and have them be very visible. I made little leaves to frame and accent all of my strawberries. I made little strawberry tops that framed around them so nicely, and I made a pretty big variety of strawberries, some bigger and some smaller. So after a quick bake to cure the clay, which is also a huge benefit of using polymer clay for this, I was able to glue all of those into place on my armor. But my armor was still looking a little bit bare. I wanted to add a couple of foam leaves to some of the strawberry vines that I made just to fill them out a little bit more, and also to give my armor a little bit of three-dimensional detail. So I cut some little leaf shapes out of some 3mm EVA foam and carved a bunch of details and leaf veins in them with my wood burning tool. And 3mm EVA foam works especially well for this because it doesn't hold up well to heat at all. So that causes the foam to shrink and warp in really organic ways, and it really ends up looking like little leaves. Alright, that once again took absolutely forever, but I'm finally done decorating all of my armor and I'm really, really happy with how it's looking so far. I'm so close to the painting process. I can almost smell it. I am so excited for that. Anyways, before I can paint this pink, which I'm very, very excited for. You know, are you ever just a girl? Well, I was able to kind of, go over some of the seams with quick seal and do my best to make this as smooth as possible whenever I was actually assembling it. It's still a little bumpy, a little bit crusty, and I'm here to try to do something about it. So before I actually put the pink paint on, I'm going to attempt to kind of prime this in a way with my usual triple clear thick enamel glaze. Usually I use it to seal projects and get that kind of like UV resin aesthetic because for some reason I'm really bad at applying UV resin without making it all bumpy and gross. But here I'm going to try to use it to smooth out a couple of places that just don't quite look right. And hopefully that'll get me a slightly better finish on a couple of these pieces.
Yeah, this humidity is so infuriating. What am I supposed to do with it?
All right, moment of truth. Let's see how this all reacts to the other paint. paint is drying, I need to do something about the skirt and the headpiece. So for the skirt, I am going to try to keep things as simple as possible. And I'm also just trying to reduce fabric waste here because I have this cut of fabric that I got, of course, and I can't really see myself using scraps of this for any other project, especially such small scraps that I would get by cutting this or trying to make like any particular style of skirt. So this is a rectangular piece of fabric. I am just going to use basically a rectangular skirt situation sewn on to some ribbon. It's gonna be sewn onto some ribbon. I thought that I had more of this. Basically, like I've done a bunch in the past, just sew it onto the waistband and then have it tie around my waist and have it open front like I have in my design. And I was thinking about gathering this, but I kind of like the drape of it if I basically just like gather the back a little bit and just basically do this. You can't see. So I'm thinking basically do this so that the front sides of the rectangle actually touch the floor and there's like a little bit more poof, like at the bottom of the skirt. I think if I gathered it, I would lose a little bit of that, and I really am going for, you know, drama here. In addition to that, I also have this piece, which is a valance that I thrifted forever ago for a different project that I never did, but it already has some beautiful pleated ruffles on the outside of it. And what I could do is cut this off, sew it to the bottom of this, have it look actually more like the strawberry dress. I think if I do that, it's just going to be too heavy because this fabric is a good bit more dense than that fabric. I think it would also just be a missed opportunity for more of a petticoat situation. So I've been trying to devise ways to get this ruffliness on the bottom without really having to cut this piece of fabric. So I'm thinking maybe we almost do something like this. I'm thinking I then throw this in the back to get that extra poof. That was a lot of me just thinking out loud. Why don't I pin this together and show you what I'm talking about? I think that might be more of a visual aid. Just kidding. I went ahead and already sewed it together. This is my idea. All right, so honestly what's going on here is pretty chaotic and not the best. It's just one of those sewing situations where don't look too close at it. Avert your gaze and don't worry about it. Basically, this will work for what I want to do. It doesn't have to be too crazy. I think in the future, I am going to kind of redo this and make it better and actually like add some tulle ruffle onto the bottom of this skirt or maybe another petticoat or something. But I have very lightly just tacked this on to this little piece of lace so that I can tie it onto myself. So it's easy enough to like redo this in the future. And right now I'm just gonna say good enough. I'm also going to try and keep the headpiece as simple as possible. So I have leftover little filigree pieces that I haven't used that I'm going to use on the headpiece. And I'm going to start with just a wire wrapped base. That way I have something sturdy to put all of that on top of. I also have designated little strawberry guys, which seeing this one, I'm a little concerned that I made it too big, but we're gonna figure that out. Let's wrap some wire. The wire wrap, I used a layout that I made for a previous project because you're really not going to see it in the end product anyways. I just needed something that was going to be stable and fit the general shape. Okay, I have wire wrapped my base, so let me just kind of bend this around my head. It's like not too perfect because this is going to get covered up anyways, so I figured it doesn't have to be amazing, it just has to like be functional. I feel like that's pretty good. So large. I don't know about this one. I got some little guys here. I think that's maybe a little bit more delicate, tasteful. I think I'm gonna go with this one. Gluing these on was so brainless and cozy. I was really just trying to find pieces that would match the general shape, and then I combined a couple of pieces together. I, of course, glued some leaves that I made earlier in my little strawberry in the middle there. And from there, it was really just a matter of making sure the two pieces that frame my face are going to stay in place whenever I'm wearing it. So I did end up gluing some extra wire onto those once assembly was done. And when the piece was finished, it looked like this. I was really happy with how it was shaping up. I gave it a metallic gold paint job off screen, and even though this only took about an hour, I really loved it. With my pink base coat dry, I wanted to go in with my airbrush before detail painting and give all of my panels a gradient and also darken all of the filigree pieces. I usually do my metallics by dry brushing the filigree with some Prop and Buff, so I really just need a darker base coat to provide some contrast. I really love the deep red berry color that I was able to mix here, although halfway through the process, I began to question if this was really vibing with the pastel aesthetic that I'm trying to go for with this project. I think this would look fabulous with a different kind of aesthetic in mind, but I do think it is overpowering the light pink a lot. This was probably not the best color selection for this project, but I mostly blame that on my delirious 3 a.m. brain. It is now time to paint little tiny strawberries onto all of this. So for my strawberries, I have saved a couple of reference photos on Pinterest of the general aesthetic that I want to go for, because I don't want to do like an exact one-to-one copy of the print on the strawberry dress. I kind of want to make it more my own and fit the genre and the aesthetic of this costume. So you probably can't see that. I'll just put it up on screen. I'm really going for something a little bit more historical, a little bit more in that like Rococo vein, because I feel like that's sort of an escalation of the aesthetic of the strawberry dress, like that, but just like edge it more into maximalist, if that's even possible. I don't want to veer too far away from the original design, but I do quite like things sort of like this image where you have more of the vines and the leaves in there. I really am trying to make this design and concept my own and not do just like straight up plagiarism, but make it armor. I experiment on some pieces that are not as focal in the design to kind of figure out what aesthetic I want to do, and then I will go from there. I did as much of the detail painting as I could muster that night, which meant the top 2 hip plates and most of the corset. Okay, here is my initial test, and I'm a big fan. I think this is great. It's like right in the sweet spot of what I need. So I'm gonna keep going with this style. Hopefully it will continue to look good. But I'm actually glad that I was not able to get to as much of this as I wanted to, because whenever I woke up the next morning, I had a bit of an idea, and I decided to call a little bit of an audible with my plans for the gold pieces. A little painting update, because it's the next day and I now have much fresher eyes, but I've decided to kind of pivot the direction that I want to go in for the gold. Unfortunately, in the light of day, I feel like I went a little bit too ham on all of the like burgundy red color. I feel like it's taking away from the pastel aesthetic a little bit. Some of y'all probably could have told me that's what was gonna happen when I did all this, but that was also like 3 a.m. brain last night. Since it's kind of dark and overwhelming, I did a little test with the rub and buff to see if that would even like provide enough contrast, if that would like lighten up the design any, and I just honestly don't love how the rub and buff looks. I think the antique aesthetic works for some of the costumes that I've made, but I don't think it's quite the direction for this. I have also done a test with just some gold spray paint, and honestly, just a side by side, I like the spray paint so much more. Again, I think that this gold border looks much better. Also, hell scenario, this foam really did not play well with the paint whenever I was taking the masking tape off. I hate it here. I'm gonna have to repaint some of this. Thankfully, the Warbler holds up to taking off masking tape a lot better. Hopefully, I won't have this happen again. Okay, after a little Googling, I figured out a better masking solution, minimizing like the use of masking tape and just mostly using foil, which shouldn't disrupt the paint job, hopefully. So I masked everything off with a mixture of aluminum foil and masking tape in an effort to protect the paint job as much as possible, and then gave all of the filigree pieces a healthy coat of a gold metallic spray paint. In case you're worried about waste here, because I certainly was, this is so much aluminum foil and masking tape. I probably would have fared better doing what I have done in the past, just painting it gold as a base and then hand painting in all of the pink parts. But none of this aluminum foil or tape is going to go to waste. It's going straight into my wrap pile to use for future sculpting projects. I constantly use foil and masking tape to bulk out armatures, so I am certain that this is going to get used up in the future. This is taking forever, but I at least think I'm a little bit back on track.
Money! Over here! Come here, Mama! Are you waking up, babies? Hello.
This obviously was a really tedious process, and I was trying to be as detail-oriented and delicate with the paint job as possible, but I also had like 18 pieces of plate armor to detail paint, so I had to develop a little bit of a strategy deeper into this to make things go just a little bit faster. From here out, I decided to go in and roughly paint where I wanted all of my strawberries to go first before I did anything else, and then I went in with a light green acrylic marker on all of the pieces to rough in where I wanted all of the vines and leaves to go. I have so much more control with an acrylic paint marker versus a paintbrush, so I was able to get this stuff done way faster, and it also saves me having to mix paint and reload my brush constantly. To make the paint job a little bit more dimensional, I then went in with a dark green alcohol marker in a couple of places, a choice that will unfortunately backfire later in the project. Some of you probably could have told me that. I then finally returned to my brush with a medium green for the rest of the paint job to add more dimension and detail painting. I went in on all the strawberries on all pieces and added little seed details with a bright pinky yellow.
It has been 84 years. Once again, my time management skills. Skill is really putting that strongly. Painting this took me like 2 days, y'all. Oh. Mentally, physically, spiritually, it was 48 hours of my life. Anyways, I am so happy with how it's coming out. Of course, my self-critical maximalist brain is like, you know, it could be just a little bit more detailed. But then I also look at like this and the skirt and everything, and I say, hold up, if it is any more detailed, your viewers' brains will implode. I have to say, once in a while, stop it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, if the weather doesn't come and corn dog me right in the keister, I'm hoping to film a reveal on a location. So I gotta get some fastings on this so that I can put it on my body. And this is the situation. This is what we're doing.
The bracers got laced up with some white elastic so that I could take them on and off without having to unlace them. The hip flare got the exact same treatment so that I can hopefully just slide it over my butt.
Get over my butt.
When I have to put it on instead of having to unlace it all the way every single time. Of course, it got laced up with some standard satin cord. The elbow pieces got elastic so that they articulate well with the bracers. The shin pieces also got elastic for ease of movement. I attached the two hip plates together with some rivets and buckles so that I can slide a cord underneath those and just tie those around my hips. And the gorget and pauldrons also got a complicated series of buckles and straps. Gorget got straps on the back to keep it closed, and the pauldrons were also attached to the gorget with those same straps. And I also attached some elastic to the bottom of the pauldrons to help them stay in place on my arms a little bit better. And look at this happy little beam. I'm so thrilled with how these are coming together.
Okay, with all of my fastenings and finishings applied, the final step is applying my clear glaze. The only problem with that is that this stuff does extremely poorly in high humidity, and it is literally 93% humidity tonight, and this next whole week is probably going to be at least 80% humidity every day. Again, I live in soup. I'm an ingredient in soup, and so is this. So I don't know exactly what to do here, but I think I'm gonna do a test piece and see just how bad the humidity is right now, and then, you know, we shall go from there.
2 seconds later.
Okay, I tested on a small piece because I figured that would be easy enough to fix, and it absolutely is very cloudy and too humid out here to do this. It's not good.
I decided to wait until the next morning and see what the humidity was like then and see if I could try spraying this again and make it work. And against all odds, despite somewhere in the neighborhood of 70% humidity, this actually went on okay. It just took several very thin coats so that it didn't get too cloudy. But since I was very concerned about this stuff ruining my paint job, I decided to break out the UV resin for the most important focal pieces. I was also kind of concerned about ruining my paint job with this, but I was very careful about application and curing, and I did it one step at a time. That way I could try and fend against drips and clumping and that sort of thing. And UV resin also weirdly goes on really well with just a paintbrush. I wouldn't have thought that. It sort of clumps together during the curing process, so it really doesn't leave any brush strokes either. It's pretty great.
Hello. I made it to reveal shoot day. I actually managed to get everything sealed. I'm so very surprised about that. It's still so humid today. It's still just soup. Hold on. Let's take a look at the temperature. I think it's like 92 right now, and the humidity is probably like 80%.
Anyways, that is all to say, I'm very surprised that that triple thick enamel actually worked in all of this. And I do think the UV resin was a really good choice. What I think I'm gonna do is after all this, go back, coat everything in UV resin, really make it fancy. But that's a problem for another day. Today, I am hoping to film a little bit inside the greenhouse and also around the rose garden at the local botanical gardens, if it doesn't rain. It's probably gonna rain, but I'm gonna try my best. And I'm really, really excited. I have some ideas for shots that I wanna get, if I can. So let me quickly get in hair and makeup, and let's go on a little filming adventure. Hello there. The project is now finally complete, at least for this video, because I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about this one, and particularly things that I want to change or improve upon. So I'm gonna do a quick little upgrade lightning round for changes and improvements I want to make to this costume. First of all, I want to put several coats of UV resin on everything to really seal and protect the paint job, and also just give it more of that porcelain finish, which is actually something I've already done at this point. I just neglected to do it before filming the reveal, so you guys are gonna have to wait to see what this looks like on until the next video. Next, I feel like the silhouette ended up being pretty off because there was no real structure to the skirt going on. The skirt was a pretty rushed part of all of this because it was very much not the focus of this video. But in the future, I want to give it pink ruffles at the bottom, a couple of petticoats to give it more volume, and then I also want to give it some kind of foundational structure, like maybe even a crinoline underneath. I might repurpose the one that I used for my Halloween night costume to really give it that flared ball gown effect. And in a similar silhouette note, since the pauldrons don't completely cover my shoulders in this costume, there ends up being a lot of exposed skin, and it doesn't quite have the puff sleeve effect that I'm ultimately going for. So I think in the future I want to make a pink puff sleeve bolero to go underneath this so that it maintains the silhouette even whenever those move around a little bit. I also want some lighter colored clothes to wear underneath the entire costume so that the burgundy doesn't wash me out quite so much. I think I want to dye or switch out all of the elastic straps because they were just standing out way too much for my taste. I want to wear this with some taller platform boots in the future to make my stature a little bit more dramatic. I want to alter the hip flare plate so that I can move around a little bit easier and hopefully sit down. That is the absolute most I can sit in this costume. I think I want to glue some pearls or beads onto the armor to make it look a little bit more lavish. And finally, of course, I want to make a giant matching sword and possibly a shield. I haven't decided that far yet. So of course, if you want to see a video on all of those alterations and improvements, including big sword, I'm going to try to make those as soon as possible, so you should subscribe. I'm really excited to have another stab at some of these things and improve it and make it closer to my overall vision. And of course, I'm very excited to have big sword. And also, if you enjoyed this video in general, it was a lot of work and effort and passion on my part. I had a really, really good time making this, but if you appreciate it, leave a comment, tell the video how pretty it is, leave a like so the algorithm doesn't yeet my channel into the abyss. And if you're really feeling a little saucy, you can support me over on my Patreon.
I had a really good time. It made me realize, I'm having such a good time right now. Literally the best time. Oh, by the way, did you see that Obama has basically openly but not so openly admitted that he's a gay?
I am letting y'all know that this is going to be the most tragic you guys ever see me looking on a video, but honestly, y'all, I'm so out of place right now. I came back to Arizona only for the weekend, but please tell me why I have the worst sunburn of my entire life. Like, my sunburn is so bad right now. Y'all, if I wasn't embarrassed, I would show you guys my panza, but like low-key, like my stretch marks are like ferocious. Right now, they're literally swollen from the sunburn. Like, it literally feels like Braille if you were to like put your fingers over it. It's like bumpy and textury. Also too, I have a fold in my stomach because right around where my belly button is, like there's two lines there. It literally looks like a smiley face because my stomach is swollen from the sunburn. Like, I don't know if you guys can even see like on camera just how red my arms are. Like, they are so damn red, and this is what I get for not reapplying my damn sunscreen, but it's because low-key, y'all, I got a little bit tipsy, so I really just forgot. Also too, it was only 71 degrees, which I know obviously the sun is so strong no matter what, but I'm just like, oh, I wasn't like thinking about it because it wasn't hot. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm paying the price right now though, okay? Also, another thing too, sorry for the echo. I'm currently in my brother's spare room right now, and it is so damn echoey in here. I know that could be very, very annoying. However, I'm trying to like still stick with my daily uploads. However, right now it's taking the absolute life out of me. I literally just drove in from LA. It took me 6.5 hours to get here right now. And y'all, driving all that, because if you guys were to see my kneecaps right now, they are so damn red. They hurt so much. So I'm like driving, coming in, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to film or else I'm going to be behind. And I like really want to maintain my daily upload schedule. So I'm just like, oh my gosh, I have to like just do it. You know what I mean? Y'all know I've kept the daily uploads going now for over 7 months, 7.5 months. Oh my gosh. I think probably even more than 7.5 months at this point. So I really did want to keep it going, okay? But oh my gosh, I'm really going through it right now, y'all. Sorry, the quality is trash. I have my little pocket camera with me right now. I don't even know how I look. I'm just like, ugh. It's a mess, you know what I'm saying?
Very concerned about
by the way,
what
I
other
love you guys
people
that are always
think
so
about
sweet,
you.
and like whenever I'm just like, you know, a little self-conscious on a video, you guys are like, oh, like we like no matter what setup or you look fine, blah blah blah. I really appreciate that, but I just think like if it's in your head, then it's in your head. Do you know what I mean? And then I start feeling really insecure, and that sucks. Anyways, y'all, let me bust out my notes, y'all. We are going to be talking about Bad Baby today, because holy bejesus, y'all. I have to say, I have some thoughts and opinions about her mom, because right now she is popping off on her mom. And I have to say, I thought that they were getting along pretty good. Last time I had talked about her, I had heard that she like purchased her mom like a $1 million house. She bought her like 2 expensive ass cars. And then her mom, to me, from the clips that I have seen, she's just, like, honestly, I don't know what it is about her. She just rubs me the wrong way, and almost it comes across as if like she's entitled to her daughter's money. And I think that that is so crazy. I do think I got to keep it real. Like, you know, as a kid, obviously, if your parents, you know, raising you, obviously, if you end up making millions like she does, then I do think like, you know, and I guess in a way, it would be nice to repay your parents. However, I think it's a fine line as soon as it becomes like entitled to where she starts feeling like everything is hers. Do you know what I mean? Which I think is the line that she's crossing right now. And I gotta say, y'all, I feel like, if I'm keeping it real, okay, this may be a little bit messy. I feel like the energy that that baby is having towards her mom, she needs to have towards her man, Levon. If you guys did not keep up with that whole thing with Alabama Barker, Levon, and her, I'm just like, she's still with this man, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that. She's literally still with this man. And I'm like, girl, like, let it go. Like, why are you with this man? Obviously, he's no good for you. And in my personal opinion, I bet you that she's like the one, you know, paying for everything, like buying everything. Like, literally all the houses are probably under her name. All his phone bill is probably under her name. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I almost feel like she's getting used. Anyways, y'all. Oh, by the way, I don't think I have a clip of this one, but it was being alleged out there that she actually had owed like American Express like hundreds of thousands of dollars and she didn't pay her bill. However, that like she came out and said that that was just like a rumor and that is not true whatsoever, which everyone was being like so like tripped out about that because she had posted before that she made like $53 million from OnlyFans. So everyone's like, girl, if you made $53 million, how can you not pay your American Express bill for like $200,000? You know what I'm saying? Which she ended up saying that is not true whatsoever. Recently, I've been seeing her do a little bit more club appearances though, which I gotta keep it real. She's singing that Alabama diss track, and every single song, or every single time that I see her singing that song, she seems so over it. Like, it seems like she just doesn't want to like sing it. Like, I saw 2 clips of her at a club, and she was just like, like just so over it. And I'm just like, you could tell that she's like, okay, I'm over this beef with Alabama, and she doesn't want to sing that song. However, it's like her most recent like hit song, and of course people love it because it was super messy, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, I do want to go ahead and start this off by playing a clip to where she is talking about her mom. Check it out.
You don't like me, you hate me, you only gave birth to me so Ira would stay with you, and he left your ass anyways, and you took it out on me for the last 22 years of my life. Well, guess what? That little $1 million house you live in that you love so much, that's in my name. Those little cars you drive, yeah, guess who paid for those? That Bentley and that AMG, guess who paid for those? Them little puppies you lay up with every night, guess who paid for those? Those are mine. I was nice to you for too long. You lived in my $6 million paid off home, didn't pay one bill, was getting paid $20K a month. That was pocket money. You didn't have no bills to pay. Your car's paid off. You didn't have not one bill to pay. You get on the internet and you lie about people, you make jokes about substance use and all the casino, all type of shit. You are so miserable. You don't even understand. You could be living the life. I'll give you so much money and so much time. You have nothing to do for real. Give you an unlimited amount of money. You could go travel the world, go do whatever you want. No, you'd rather stay in bed all day like the miserable bitch you are, stalking what Cardi B and Offset and Stephon Diggs got going on all day. That's all you care about. You care more about other people's lives and how other people treat the people in their lives more than you care about how you treat the people in your life. It's funny how you were a guardian advocate for the mentally ill signing off on medications that you needed to be taking. Tell them about the voice message I just sent you earlier where I told you I wouldn't press charges for my stolen $75,000 necklace or Levon's stolen mail. And I offered you to go to a mental facility, get treatment. I pay $100,000, whatever it is.
Y'all, I don't know if I'm like tripping about this or what, but I don't know. Every single time that I see or hear about the mom, like I just really feel like they have a very tumultuous relationship, and I almost feel like her mom.
Do you think they have a tumultuous relationship when she was on Dr. Phil when she was 13?
The fact that Bad Baby was like even kind enough to even go out of her way to,
Who do
you know, let her mom stay at a,
cash
over $1 million house and obviously drive around these expensive ass cars and like pay for her bills and things like that. I think that that's very, very gracious of her. You know what I'm saying? It kind of sucks because I saw another clip, which I will play in just a little bit, that she kind of like wanted to have a good relationship with her mom, and she wanted to like, you know, go to therapy, talk to her, and like see what they can do to fix their relationship. But it just seems like they're just always going to have beef. In my personal opinion, okay, because like low-key, if I'm keeping this over with you guys, me and my mom have such a tumultuous relationship. Like, y'all, there's been a couple times, actually, maybe 3 times in my life that I haven't talked to her for like 2 years. Well, vice versa. We haven't talked to each other. You know what I'm saying? One time it was like a year. One time it was 2 years. And then one time I want to say probably about a year and a half. And we've really come to realize that we are too much alike. Like we butt heads way too much because we're way too much alike. And I almost wonder if her and her mom are too much alike. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably why they bump heads. Anyways, I do want to go to play this other clip right here to where she is talking about that she really, you know, wanted to have a good relationship with her mom, but it just seems like her mom wouldn't want to put in the effort. In my opinion, I have to say this. I don't know how y'all feel about this, but I have realized the older I get that like most of our parents, and I'm going to keep it like, you know, open-minded here, that I do know that there are some parents out there that can learn, change, and grow. However, I feel like most of our parents are just stuck in their ways. You know what I mean? Especially as they get older, like there's no changing them. And I think that that's really unfortunate. I feel like they really are hard-headed and nothing really gets through to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I almost feel like probably most parents just always feel like they're in the right. Do you know what I'm saying? Even when their kids come to them with a valid complaint, they almost feel like they get defensive over it and they feel like the need to like double down on their stance about certain things. But I think it's kind of unfortunate, especially if Bad Baby's going out of her way to like, you know, try to have a good relationship with her mom, and she over here just being, you know what I'm saying? Check this clip right here.
You know how many times I've sat down with this lady? Like, Mom, what can we do to make sure me and you have a good, I really want to have a good relationship with you. What can we do? She'll give me a bunch of things, I'll do them, and then it still don't work. She just wants confrontation. But then she tries to tell me things like, oh, leave Levon. She just told me to have an abortion. When I had one of those conversations where she told me I had to have an abortion or she wasn't going to be cool with me. And you think that's who I want around my daughter? Like, come on, man. I'm tired of this shit. When I was pregnant, she walked up to me randomly and was like, you need to just leave Levon. You could raise Callie by yourself. You could raise the baby by yourself. I mean, shit, I did it. And then when all this shit be going on with LV and whatever he be doing with his little whatever, she go, yeah, I already did the same to me. Yep, I already did the same timeline, say everything. Yep, you was 3 months ago. Yep, same timeline. Why do you wish that on me? Like, that's all the information y'all are gonna get. That's enough for y'all to understand what type of crazy mental psycho dealing with.
I'm sorry, y'all, but that's a trip. Not her mom telling her that she had to have a schmortion just so she could be cool with her, which I do gotta say this, like, she's over here talking about, like, oh, my mom's over here telling me to leave Levon. I'm like, girl, the whole
Everybody's
internet is
telling her to
you
leave Levon.
Like, you know, I know that Bad Baby has a really bad past, but y'all know me, okay? Like, I'm always given the benefit of the doubt, but I personally feel like looking at her and seeing her grow, like, I don't know, I feel like she's, you know, growing up, and I feel like she is maturing, and I see a big difference, you know, between now and then when she did the whole Cash Me Outside thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really do feel like she was a hot damn mess then, and then now I feel like she really is growing up, and I feel like she is, you know, I don't know, becoming like a mom and more of a woman. Do you know what I'm saying? And I really do think it would be nice if her mom had that same type of grace, you know? But I do gotta say this, though. I do think that she deserves better than Levon, especially, you know, after she already outed him now a couple times for him abusing her. Do you know what I mean? Like, that fool literally straight up stalked her. So I just don't understand why she stays. I just don't get it. Honestly, you know what's so crazy? I think that that's like one of my biggest lessons in life that I could just like never learn about people is I just always wonder why people stay, especially somebody like Bad Baby. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, knowing that she is worth millions, she makes millions, like she could be so independent and like do things on her own.
Girl, you need to
and
drink
she
water
doesn't need
right
to rely on a
fucking
man.
now.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I've always felt before I've
Haven't had anything
understood
to
why
drink
some
all
women,
day.
you know, feel the need like to stay in a relationship with a man is because they feel like, oh shit, like if they're the breadwinner, like what are they gonna do without them providing for them? You know, say for example, if you're like, you know, a stay-at-home mom and you're like, oh my gosh, like I don't even have a career because my whole career was being a mom. So how do you like leave a man that you don't want to be with no more? That I understand. But somebody like Bad Baby, who she obviously is the breadwinner of that family, like, girl, why aren't you stepping out? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, y'all, I do want to go ahead and play one last clip because she's alleging that like her mom may have like kind of like orchestrated a break-in. These are big allegations, okay? Allegedly, I'm just saying that to cover my ends. You guys are gonna hear from Bad Baby that I guess apparently she wanted to move, I believe it was to Atlanta, and that she was speculating that her mom like literally like had a whole break-in or whatever because to try to like scare her from moving, which I think that that is actually psycho. If it is true, obviously we don't know. Check out this clip.
It's like how she was the one who got my house robbed in LA. I mean, in Florida for the $600,000 worth of Chanel's and Hermes bags because she was scared that I was gonna move to Florida. I mean, when I wanted to move to Atlanta, she was scared I was gonna move to Atlanta and then she was gonna have control over me no more. Me and Levon wanted to go have Callie in Florida, I mean in Atlanta, and raise her in Atlanta. So she got my house robbed to scare me. Cause she always used to say, you move to Atlanta, you gonna get robbed. Watch, you move to Atlanta, you gonna get robbed. And as soon as I went to Atlanta to look for houses, when I came back, my house was robbed. Like, come on, bro, I'm tired of this bitch. This is not love, this is not care, this is obsession and jealousy, enviously. This is the Malokia. Like, you have no idea what this bitch is doing. Like, and I'm making a documentary where the whole first chapter is gonna tackle everything Barbara Ann Mother Bergoli. Cause y'all need to know. I'm done hiding the truth. I'm done dealing with what she say about Levon. I'm done hearing what she say about E. I'm done hearing what she say about this one, that one. Y'all see what this lady is: an evil, caring, racist ass, conniving ass, manipulating, gaslighting, nasty ass.
So those are some serious allegations right there. Like, honestly, y'all, I would almost think that she would probably have to know or have to have some type of receipts that her mom did that. Because correct me if I'm wrong, because y'all know I don't know jack diddly shit about the legal realm, but couldn't her mom like sue her for slander or defamation? Because those are some serious allegations, and I would almost think that the mom could like sue her for like, you know, alleging that she like had her house broken into, which is a crime. Do you know what I'm saying? So obviously it's making the mom look even more bad. I am not trying to defend the mom in any type of way because I've seen so many clips of the mom before, and I'm just like,
okay.
I feel like she is just, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, if you're getting on the internet making these types of allegations, I'd be like, oh shit. Like, obviously Bad Baby has way more money than her mom, you know what I'm saying? So she could cover her ends, but I'm just like, oh, that seems a little dangerous to be making those allegations. If it is true though, damn, her mom is shady as hell. And I would say it sucks, but I do think in life, it's so hurtful, of course, but sometimes in life you really do have to cut off your parents. Like, if it, you know, the relationship is just so negative and draining, like sometimes you really do gotta let it go. And it's so sad, but you know, if your parent won't change, you gotta do what you gotta do to find your mental peace. You know what I'm saying?
Please do not
Anyways,
send
make sure
me
you guys let me
money.
know your thoughts and opinions about everything. I will
Please
catch
do
you guys in the
not
next video. Peace out,
send
Girl Scout.
money. Okay?
I told my parents about being on a show, and they said, oh no, but I tried to explain to them that Flavor Flav is no longer an addict. He may or may not be taking care of his children, I don't know. Dream big, Susan. Dream big. Hey friends, 2 questions. A, do I look amazingly cool? And B, do you remember the Flavor of Love starring Flavor Flav and all those
minding my own business,
other people?
squeezing my hobby that I enjoy, doing the same fucking thing that I do every single time I go live, but some new bitch shows up and has to tell us all.
Let me backtrack a little bit. First of all, if you're new here, hi, my name is Jamie French. I'm your host of this show. Remember that? So today we're going to be taking a very ratchet journey to the highest rated show in VH1's history as of March 2006. No, I did not make that up.
I'm going to mind my own
Wikipedia.
business,
To the Flavor
and I'm
of
going to
Love.
crash. If you want to watch me and you want to hang out with me while I do that, great. If you don't, you do not have to. I'm not trying to get hundreds of people in my chat. I'm perfectly
The Flavor of
happy
Love
with
was
1
just
or 0
spectacular.
people here.
First of all, it gave us Tiffany Pollard, aka New York, from I Love New York and all those other spin-offs that they put her on. And it also gave us Pumpkin,
I'm literally
America's
just sitting
favorite
here trying to
loogie
mind my
hawker.
own fucking business and enjoy my hobby. And I'm just doing it with company.
So this show first aired in 2006. I was
Please
like
don't send
16
me
or
any
17 at the
money.
time, and I would rush home from school to watch this show just to kind of get my daily dose of
Especially
like
if you're gonna go
secondhand
send money and then
ratchetness,
immediately
embarrassment.
get
And I mean, can you
butthurt
blame me? This
because
show was
I'm
actually
not
produced by the
fawning
same
over
guy
you
who gave
in
us
some
Rock of
fake
Love
way
with Bret Michaels,
because you sent
Strange
me a couple
Love, A
dollars.
Surreal Life,
I'm
and
sorry,
my personal
but I would
favorite, Who Wants to
be
Marry My
offended
Dad?
if someone acted like they were my
No, it's
friend
good. So the
because I
premise of
sent them
Flavor of
money.
Love was similar to The Bachelor in that you had 15 or 20 women pining for the love of an eligible
you are
bachelor.
here
But
and you are
instead
nice,
of like
we
these
will
beige
become
Becky
friends.
bachelors
That's
that
how
we've
it
seen
works.
a million times on ABC, this bachelor was Flavor Flav.
Violet, I don't need it.
And instead of
I don't
rose
need any
ceremonies,
money.
they would
Like,
have
I'm not-
clock
I don't-
ceremonies.
I'm not in a position where I'm like struggling. I have a job.
Because nothing
I'm
says
doing
I
really
love
well,
you like a giant 10-pound timepiece
no, I really
dangling
don't.
from your
I don't
décolleté.
need it. And
Instead
I
of Chris
really
Hansen, we
appreciate
got
it. Like,
Big
honestly,
Rick. And instead of
if
telegrams,
you
we
guys
got Flavor
want to
Brick.
send me money or something like that, that you send it to somebody else
Which, in my
online that
opinion,
really
are way
needs
more
it.
busted
And
than
that is in a
telegrams.
position,
Real quick, Flavor Flav, for those of you who don't
that
know,
they
he's a
need
rapper.
kind of
He
help and
co-founded
guidance
the
out of
rap
that
group
position.
Public Enemy in
But I'm really
1985,
good.
and he
I'm
Wikipedia
happy
describes him
and
as a hype
thriving
man.
and-
So, like, when
and
other
everything
people
is
were
so
rapping,
good.
Flavor Flav would be in the
And so,
background and be like,
I don't
yeah,
need it.
boy.
Hold on a second. Huh?
Greatest hype man in the music business.
He rules, honestly.
I can't
And
hear
also,
you.
He set a house on fire as a small child
gotta
while
shout.
playing with a lighter. Kind of weird that somebody thought that was necessary to add to his Wikipedia page. Anyway,
No.
Flav is a super fun guy. I totally fell in love with his personality when I watched this in high school. And he's actually a
No,
really
I don't wanna
accomplished
go
musician.
anywhere.
He's
If you
worth
wanna
a Google
take him, you can take
if you
him in
have
my
time. But we
truck,
don't have time today
I
to talk
guess.
about accomplishments
But
and
I don't want to
awards.
go anywhere.
All
and
we
do
have time
anything.
for is face
I literally
spitting,
ate a
obnoxious
piece of
screaming,
pie
hiding,
for
hair pulling, and
breakfast,
also
lunch, dinner.
raw chicken.
One piece of pie. That's my whole meal for the day. Because I'm not going nowhere. It's my first day off in forever. My
Don't miss
keys
it.
are over there somewhere. Right there on the table, I think, by the spray. Yeah. Just there's a lot of empty cans or like water bottles on the floorboard, so
You literally obsessed with knives.
Careful.
Think about knives. When your buddy Nick's wife is jibber jabbering about a whole lot of knives.
I don't live in a car.
Here, I walked into our kitchen. I forgot to tell you this, and she was eating
What?
ravioli out of a can and spitting.
There's
it
a bunch
back
of water
out into
bottles on the
sink
floorboard.
because she's
Empty
on like
bottles.
some crazy diet where
Yeah.
she like tries.
So just be
food,
careful.
It does make a great
The
carry
avalanche.
knife. That's about a 3.75 inch blade. It's A2 tool steel.
Well, I got excellent news. With Audible, you can listen to podcasts about knives anytime.
I don't live in a car. Why are there like new people in here that are like being jerks? What are you here for? I do this every day, you guys. I literally sit here and mind my own. I just turn the camera on and then I just exist, and either people tune in or they don't. So I don't understand what your problem is, why you care so much, whether or not I engage with my regular people when you're new and you've never been here before. But yeah, no, I don't live in a car. I live in a school bus. Oh, I'm sorry, babies. I live in a school bus on land. I have like, you know, a place. Are you ready to come inside and eat some food? And I have the mental issues. You're coming in here criticizing me for existing, and I'm the one that has mental issues. Are you ready to come inside and get some food? Say hi. Hold on, I gotta get your foods. Are you guys hungry? Are you hungry too, kitty mama? Yeah? Yeah. Where's your good boy? Hold on, money. I hear you. I hear you. You want some food too? Yeah. Mom, baby kitty. Mom cookie. The baby kitty is gonna meet the dog for the first time. Let's see how this goes. Morley, move. The baby! Do you see the baby? Do you see the baby? Go get her. You say hi? Can you say hi? Say hello. It's okay, Orlor. Say hi. He's a good boy. Oh, did I scare you, babies? He's a good boy. Go ahead, get your food. Go ahead, get your food. Orly's food. He's like, oh, but there's cat food right there, Mom. No, cat food for Orly. No. If you go over there, money will fuck you up. So. I took the there was like a blockade that was stopping the kittens from going on that side of the house. And so now the blockade is removed. The dog has full access to the house again. All the baby kitties are gone except for the one I'm keeping. And tomorrow, today was my day of rest. Tomorrow is, Heather is fucking her house up. So tomorrow I'm gonna pull everything from underneath my bed, completely vacuum under there because the litter box has been under there, the kitten version of the litter box, and then I'm going to put the kitten version of the litter box in the adult version of the litter box, and so then the litter can't migrate elsewhere. That makes me a crazy person. I fucking hate litter. My girl has been using the potty outside for the last few years, so I've been kind of spoiled. I haven't had to have a litter box. But now I have one again because I have a baby. Because I have the babies. Okay. Oh wait, I have a tripod. There we go. My teeth are brushed. Thank you very much. I'm just 42 years old. And I smoked for the first half of my life, so my teeth are stained yellow. But I don't give a shit. Not here to impress you. Man, this is the third person in a matter of like 20 minutes. It's been super long time since retards were in my chat like this. Violet, if you want to get into carpentry, honest to God, I suggest getting a job as a as like a laborer, like essentially the lowest tier in the construction job is just get a job doing grunt work. And if you get a job doing grunt work, eventually they will need help doing something and they'll say, hey, you're here, come give me an extra hand over here. And then you will then do a good job and they will invite you again and again and again and again. And eventually they'll start being like, hey, you know what? We could hire a new carpenter, or we could just give this one here who works so hard and does such a good job with everything that we put in their face. We'll just hire them for carpentry. I mean, that's how I'm learning all the things. Is I just started working doing the thing. Oh, Chris, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Kodak B, who was being retarded. You're here all the time. I know that you're not retarded. Or I mean, I know that you are retarded, but in the best way, you know? You're my kind of retard. My version of retarded. Not like legitimately stupid. Can't thank for yourself. Joins the crowd just because. Okay, so then why are you here, Jamie Baldwin? What, buddy? Are you all done? Are you ready to go outside? Baby. Are you making shavers for the underarms? Oh my God, was that your way of like a dig about my underarm hair? Oh my God, literally. It's almost like I didn't know it was there. Yes, I'm making shavers for my armpit hair. See? Fucking retarded. Like you couldn't even come up with, like, what are you making? Some ugly paste for your ugly face? Like, come on. You could think of something better than that. It would have been funnier if you had said something like, what are you making? A bag to put over your head? Like, that would have been like mildly comedic. But yes, I'm crocheting razors. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's hilarious. So I just wear overalls. I have one pair of Carhartt overalls that I wear to every job. Because they're so comfy cozy and they protect your clothes and you could get really dirty and your clothes, you don't have to worry so much about that crap getting in your washing machine. Or lower. Are you seriously ready to go back outside, or are you just waiting for Money to finish eating so you can try and lick her bowl? He's literally waiting for my cat to stop eating so that he can have access to our food. All right, I'm about to get back in the zone. Stop responding to the idiots. Can taste my own armpit. Tastes like onions. Orly, stop. They're making shavers for your armpit hairs. He's saying hello to the big doggy. Money did not attack Orly, so I guess timing is right. Pretty stoked about that. Oh, Heidi, I did not see your message about offering to send money at all, and I was not obviously replying to you. I was replying to the random girl who was just being a nasty bitch. But thank you so much, for real. Like, okay, so what you could do instead is find maybe a single mom, a content creator who's like a single mom, and literally, like, if you find someone, come back and let me know, and I will give her $5 or something too. Instead of gifting me, like, you know, let's raise someone up who is in a situation that I was in last year. You know, where I was actually in need of help and in a place where I would not have made it without the support of my community. Like, not even joking. I don't even know what would have happened to me. Can't even imagine what would have happened to me. My truck broke down and my generator broke down in one day, all in the same day. So I was without electricity and without a car all of a sudden, all at once. And my community came in and sent me like $800, and I was able to buy a whole new generator to replace the one that broke, and I was able to get my car fixed on the same day. I think it was just a battery issue with my car, so I used some money to buy my kid stuff. I got my kid some things that he wanted. I'm totally convinced that when I live stream on TikTok, it somehow, like, I mean, the apps communicate with each other. And so if you're like doing well on one social media platform, you're gonna kind of do well on other social media platforms. That's how I ended up with 36,000 followers on this account, is because my live streams were blowing up. Dude, that's so rude. way back when. My live streams on TikTok were doing well, so my live streams on YouTube were doing well. And I gained so many followers just from live streaming. Every follower that I have on any of my accounts, maybe not TikTok, but TikTok I had those followers already before I really started live streaming, but on YouTube, all the followers came from live streaming. Okay, something's not right here. Orly! Seriously, that's enough. Thanks for listening, bud. Well, come on. This is all you're gonna get. You're not getting, there's no food, no more food, all gone food. You can get treat. My cat ate all her food. There's nothing left for him.
You guys, we've
I
got
didn't
to talk.
click anything. They're having an affair. Uh-oh.
What do you get when your husband gets caught on a kiss cam with another woman at a Coldplay concert and the whole world sees it? You erase his name from your life and go ghost. That's exactly what seems to be happening, because while astronomer CEO Andy Byron is under fire for alleged affair with his HR chief Kristen Cabot, his wife Megan is disappearing from the internet, and Kristen's own relationship history is raising even more eyebrows. This isn't just a drama, it's a total PR explosion, and we've got to break it all down. So in today's breakdown, we're diving deep into what the spouses of the now infamous Coldplay couple are doing. And I think more importantly, what they aren't doing. While Andy Byron and Kristen Cabot remain under scrutiny after their awkward viral kiss cam moment at the Coldplay concert, their reactions or calculated silences and of their spouses are speaking volumes. Plus, we've got new info on astronomers' internal investigation, the mystery around Kristen's alleged new husband, and what Megan Byron just deleted that sent the internet spiraling.
After Andy apparently got caught in the act with his work wife, his actual wife, Megan Kerrigan Byron, removed her last name from her Facebook page and ended up having to delete her account altogether because of people bombarding her comment section.
Let's start with Megan
Orly.
Byron, the woman married to Andy Byron, the now sideline CEO of Astronomer. Now, if you don't know yet, Andy hasn't released an official statement, but I've got to do that in a whole separate video because it's a mess, child.
Buddy!
But since his intimate moment with the HR boss, Kristen Cabot, went viral, it's Megan's digital footprint that's doing all the talking. In the hours following the viral concert clip, online sleuths noticed that Megan had removed Byron from her last name across her social media accounts. A not so subtle sign and signal that something was going on behind the scenes that was very, very wrong. But it didn't stop there. Shortly after the name change, her entire Facebook account vanished. Gone, deleted, erased. And while she hasn't said a word publicly, this move has been widely interpreted as her way of distancing herself from the entire scandal. The message
Do you want to go back outside?
Well, the internet responded
Outside,
flooding timelines with sympathy, heartbreak emojis, and calls to protect Megan at all costs. It's the modern digital divorce announcement, and the crowd heard it loud and clear. Now let's talk about Kristen Cabot, the side piece, the other half of the Coldplay chaos, and the questions everyone's been asking. Who's her man? Well, it's complicated. We know that Kristen divorced her former husband, Kenneth Thornby, in 2022. They reportedly share a child together, and Kenneth has remained completely silent through this entire scandal. No public comment, no media interview, nothing. But here's where things take a turn. Recent reports suggest that Kristen may have remarried, possibly to Andrew Cabot, the CEO of Privateer Rum. The proof? Real estate records show that just 5 months ago, before the Coldplay concert, a $2.2 million home was purchased under the names Kristen and Andrew Cabot. That's not speculation, that's public record. But once again, just like Megan, there's been zero public statement from Kristen's current or former partners. If she is married to Andrew, he hasn't said a word, and the silence
Are you ready to go outside?
It's horrible because she is the head of HR. She's involved in an extramarital affair with the CEO. Basically, how much worse of an HR faux pas could you commit? But for what it's worth, it doesn't seem like he'll be missed, being that the tech and business outlet Information reported that at his previous job, multiple former employees said Mr. Byron would lash out against employees who disagreed with him, including threatening to fire them. And with Andy heading the company, any action against him, including possible removal if he violated company policies in the supposed relationship with Kristen, would be left up to the 5 other members of the board of directors. As for what may be happening to Kristen, William told the Post, I would say she's just about certain to be removed from her position, because how can you have someone in HR who's having an affair with the CEO imposing or making disciplinary decisions over any other employees? That's ludicrous.
So where does that leave us? No direct statement from Kristen, but like I said, the guy has one.
Damn it.
But there's no clarifying press release, no interviews, not even a single Instagram story. But that doesn't mean that we're left in the dark, okay? In fact, Megan's actions, removing Byron from her name, deleting her Facebook, and essentially going off the grid, are louder than any PR-approved paragraph could ever be. And Kristen? Her private life is now a jigsaw puzzle the internet is desperate to solve. Is she still with Andrew Cabot? Was he blindsided like the rest of us? Or is this whole home purchase?
See, it's just like, where's all the trolls coming from all of a sudden, you know? Out of nowhere, there are literally no trolls for months, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, one day, 6 trolls show up. It's just very weird.
To the outlet that she decided to post the footage of the horrified duo attempting to dodge the kiss cam because it was an interesting reaction, and that she had no idea who the couple was. Now for Bethany, she of course posted a mini TikTok rant in her typical fashion, saying that it's a sky full of stars, that's for shizzle.
What's wrong with a Motel 6? Who could you not run into at a Coldplay concert? Your 3rd grade gym teacher, your gynecologist, your college fraternity brother, your daughter's cheerleading captain. Like, who could you not? It's not like it was a Metallica concert. It's not like, you know, Ozzy Osbourne was going to be there, like, eating live rats. Like, it's a pretty mainstream concert.
And speaking of the company, what's going on inside Astronomer now that the scandal has gone nuclear? Well, here's what we know. As soon as the Coldplay Kiss Cam video went viral and the internet pieced together who was who, Astronomer placed both Andy Byron and Kristen Cabot on administrative leave. Not just one, but both of them. The company quickly launched a formal internal investigation, and they were forced to issue a follow-up statement after a fake apology post surfaced, allegedly from Andy Byron. Now, this is what I'm going to get into in another video because I think it may be actually him, but they're trying to backtrack. Okay, so they called it fabricated and unauthorized, but translation, this situation is spinning out of control, and they're doing damage control in front of everyone. Employees at Astronomer are reportedly shaken up. With the CEO and chief people officer both implicated, insiders are wondering, how deep does this go? Were there ethical violations? Was company time misused? Was company funds misused? Was this relationship known internally before it became internet legend? And more critically, how will Astronomer recover its reputation with its leadership bench and its brand now tied to a Coldplay meme? But just when you thought this scandal had peaked, the internet exploded with the so-called apology from Andy Byron himself. A carefully
He's
worded
back with
message
my
dripping
truck.
with emotional remorse and ending with a direct quote from Coldplay's Fix You. Lights will guide you home, and I will try to fix you. Child, sounds poetic, right? Except people are saying that it's completely fake. A parody account, ironically named Peter Enos, posted the apology on social media, mimicking Byron's tone and style as if he were trying
Enos.
to publicly save face. But Astronomer quickly shut it all down. They issued a formal statement confirming that the post was not authored by Byron, nor endorsed by the company, and was created by some random low-follow parody account. Now, that's what they're saying, but like I said, we've got to look into it ourselves to make sure, I feel as though they may be doing damage control. In their words, the statement made by that account are false and unauthorized. The fake apology itself became a second scandal, leaving people wondering why it took a parody account to say what the actual CEO wouldn't. Why the silence? Why not clarify the truth if the rumors are false? Why did the fake message feel more sincere than anything official? And that's not the only mystery fueling speculation. Let's talk about the $2.2 million house that just happens to be connected to Kristen Cabot. Records confirm that Kristen and a man named Andrew Cabot, CEO of Privateer Rum, this lady's collecting CEOs like Thanos stones, honestly, like child. Anyway, they jointly purchased a luxury home in Rye, New Hampshire, back in February of 2025. That's a full 5 months before the Coldplay concert turned their lives into a global meme. So what does that mean? Is Kristen secretly married? Were Andrew and Kristen still together when she got caught cuddled up to Andy Byron on camera? Why hasn't Andrew Cabot come forward to clarify anything? He says thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
They share a home. They signed for it together. But not a word from him since the scandal broke. And now the speculation is flying. Was this an affair? Or is this a marriage unraveling in real time? Is Andrew distancing
thank
himself
you.
quietly?
Yeah, I know. I don't stop for gas on the way home.
I know I didn't.
We don't know, right?
I'm so notorious for that.
Aside of Astronomer,
I
the
forgot.
situation is getting uglier.
Is there gas
The
here?
internal investigation is ongoing, but it's not just about romantic drama anymore. It's about corporate culture, misuse of power, misuse of funds, and professional boundaries crossed at the highest level.
Yeah, I usually have 50 miles.
Shocked, with many saying this
My gas light came on at mile,
supposed to oversee HR compliance.
I don't know, only maybe like 5 miles away.
How do you do this and think that you're going to get away with it?
Yeah,
The CEO and chief
that's why I always risk it.
The company is effectively rudderless at a time when the media scrutiny is at its peak. And it does not help that the scandal has bled so far into pop culture.
Okay, good night. I'm probably gonna go to sleep in like maybe an hour.
Are now posting memes about it. That's how deep the moment has gone.
Yep.
It's not just a Coldplay concert anymore. It's Coldplay Gate. Yes, that's what we're calling it. Coldplay Gate. There have also been wild rumors online, including one claiming that Coldplay offers special no-camera sections at concerts for side-piece couples. Yes, okay, the ones that are trying to stay hidden. Seriously? Astronomer had to directly debunk that too, along with bizarre claims that multiple employees were fired after being linked to similar behavior. It's just a mess. We don't know what's fact and fiction. But according to the company, none of that is true. But again, the very fact that they have to address parody tweets, fake apologies, and TikTok conspiracy theories tells you how badly this scandal has spun out of control. This isn't just a PR headache, it's a full-blown identity crisis for a company trying to juggle cutting-edge tech and now viral infidelity memes. So here's where it stands. The real apology, we don't know if it ever came, but a fake one allegedly went viral. The CEO's wife went silent, scrubbing her online identity, erasing her husband's last name. The HR chief may be married to another CEO, yet was caught canoodling with her boss in front of 60,000 people and millions online. And the company they both work for? They're knee-deep in eternal reviews, losing control of the narrative, and trying to swat away rumors faster than Twitter can make memes, which is going to be
I think I want to get for my son for Christmas, I think I want to get him a boba kit, like the machine that makes boba. It's basically a slow cooker type thing. I think I'm going to get him a boba maker and then like a bunch of different types of chewy boba. Sit up. So ready for whatever is tickling my sinuses all day to stop it. It feels like something is tickling my eye, my brain, and my sinus all at the same time. It's like in that spot. Oh man. I gave away the black crochet thing that I had made. I gave the one that looks like this. So one of my neighbors stopped by to pick up one of the kittens. And so I made these. I was on like a obsessive shrug making mission. And so I gave the black one away to her. It was the cutest one. It has the biggest gaps and stuff. But she's a little bit thicker than I am. So it'll fit her better than like either of these. I have this one, and then the yellow one that I made is even smaller. So she wouldn't fit it, but... Marilou. No, what I'm wearing, the top that I'm wearing like beforehand, it's just a bodysuit. Or whatever you want to call Mary Lou is one of my crochet sisters. And I know I have to tie in my ends. Okay, listen. Thanks, Violet. I think it came out pretty damn nice. And the cool part is that I somehow managed, this was the second one I ever made. The yellow one was the first one I ever made. And I did it right on the yellow one as well, which completely, it was like accident falling upwards. But when you connect, so this is literally just a rectangle that you skip a few stitches to create the neck hole. And then on the next row through, you skip those same stitches, and then that's how you create your neck hole. So it's just a rectangle, a big rectangle like that. And then you have to attach it here. And then from this point, you start circular, the circular stitch, and you're going around and around and around and around to build out your sleeves. But it perfectly, I got the exact same on both sides, like literally perfectly. It's funny how these like new people are tuning in here and be like, oh, she just sits here. She just doesn't. Bitch, it's my day off. And I'm not just sitting here. I'm literally doing something. You're holding your phone in your hand. Orly, I'm not playing this in and out game with you. My throat just creaked. I'm the least sitting around person that I know. Even when I'm sitting around, I'm still doing something. I never let myself just do nothing. Stare into the abyss or scroll mindlessly on my phone. I don't do it. Don't do it. That's why when I turn my camera on, you're like a fly on the wall. You're just watching me like I'm at the zoo. I'm in my own natural element, just doing what I would be doing if you were not here. And I'm just allowing you the opportunity to come into my window and hang out at the window for a little while and just, you know, hang out. There's no need to be rude and mean. I get it that a lot of you that are commenting like troll-like stuff are probably under 17 because it's the nature of the age bracket. Adults don't talk to each other like that. They do on the internet and on TV. And so that's why as a teenager, you would think that's the real world because, you know, your life is having a device in front of your face at all times. But in the real world, people don't act that way. TV and the internet is not real. And that's why I am doing my best to show you what is real. You know, like you're going to get authenticity here. You may not like it, but I don't give a shit. I'm not going to try to please people. I'm going to just do whatever I'm going to do, and I'm going to document it so that later on in my life I can go back and be like, oh man, I can literally watch exactly what I was up to. My kid can go back and watch exactly what we were up to. If my son wants to check in on me, he just goes on the live stream. Dad, can you put on the YouTubes to see if my mom's on a stream? He'll say to his dad. I can't wait for him to get back. They'll be back on Tuesday. So I should go pick him up. I might just wait till Friday so that I can finish my week at work. But this weekend, oh my God, you guys. So I have a video going viral on TikTok that's not a TikTok shop video. It's just a video of me talking shit. And so because that video went viral, I mean, like, I say viral, but like it has 1.5 million views right now and a bunch of different comments and stuff like that. It's something that it is engaging to the, you know, to the comment section. Like, it draws people into the comment section. So it's doing well for that reason. But I made a few $100 from that video. And so I had already decided that anytime I get like a random chunk of money like that, and like, as long as everything is paid, you know, my bills are paid, and I'm not behind on anything specific, or I'm not in need of something important and specific, that I will use the money to take my kid on adventures, whatever, fun shit. So I'm gonna take Elliot. There's this mountain that's literally, I see it every day when I drive to work, to the house that I work at. I see this mountain, and it's usually covered in snow. But during the summer, the snow all melts, and then there's like so many cool fucking activities to do. There's like, you can still ride on the chairlift, and there's like these cool slides, and you get to drive these vehicles and stuff. So I think I'm gonna take Elliot to go to either that, or we're going to go to, we're gonna go take another trip to Washington to go to another place that, like, another museum that he's been wanting to go to related to cars. Or maybe we'll go to, there's also a rally car race or whatever. What is it called? When a bunch of like beat up cars like drive around in circles, but not racing each other specifically. They're like kind of playing chicken in a way. It's like a rally car something, right? No, rally is like different. What is it called when the cars beat each other up? But I want to take him to something like that, you know, something that where he can see cars go to full power. That's just his favorite thing in the whole wide world, is car stuff. So I think that we would enjoy it a lot. Derby car. Derby. That's what it's called. Derby cars. There's another word there in there too. It's not crash up derby, it's something else. But derby is the super hot, super warm. Dude, this thing on my shoulders is actually really warm, so I decided that it's starting to get that time of day where I could close the windows, and I probably should, because it's getting to be mosquito hour. But I'm starting to get like hot. So even though it has this like open mesh pattern, because the fabric is what it is, it's holding heat very well. I'm pretty excited about that, because that's why I made it, is that I cannot ever find the perfect temperature. I am always either hot or cold. Very rarely am I in the middle. At night, I have to have like one sock on, one sock off, 1 foot out of the blanket, 1 foot in the blanket. I have to have the blankets put out on my arms a certain way, so that these certain areas of my arm are exposed, but then certain areas are not exposed, because my hands get super cold. But my elbows, I use those because they don't really have much feeling, as a way to get rid of heat and pull in some of the cold. So my elbows have to be sticking out. It's just like, it's a pain. It's a pain to live in that way. So I made this with the open mesh pattern specifically so that it could take me from like cold to not hot. Because if I just put on a hoodie, I'm always like, damn it, dude, I end up putting the hoodie like my chest exposed, and the hoodie is just covering my arms, but then I'm too cold that way. It doesn't quite do it right, or it's not comfortable. Maybe it's too tight on the pulling my arms back kind of thing, or something like that. I've really struggled to find a happy medium. So I'm pretty stoked about this. Orly, are you ready to come inside for the night? Are you all done? You wanna go inside? The cat thinks I'm talking to her. I should probably look at like where I'm at here. Oh yeah. Sure is coming out great. So I'm making a backpack. There's a guy, oh thanks Jen. There's a guy on TikTok who has long dreadlocks like I do, and so he's really cool. Let me just preface this by saying I'm not romantically interested in this man whatsoever. I just feel very drawn to him because he is like my exact male counterpart. Like every time I turn on his live stream, he's always doing something. He's doing house repair, like outdoor stuff. Like he's adventurous. Anyways, he's got dreadlocks and he's a Floridian. So just anyways, I feel like a kinship to him, like almost like he could be my like cousin or something. But anyway, so I think he's a really cool guy. And so, he came into one of my live streams and saw that I crochet. And so then we started talking about him. He wants a backpack for his dreadlocks. So like he can put his backpack on and then put his hair inside the backpack. And like I thought to myself, I was like, damn, that's fucking genius. So I'm doing a test right now to see if it's something that I know I can do it, but like, is it something I'm gonna like actually do? Because is it gonna be fun? Am I gonna have a good time while I'm doing it? And if I don't have a good time while I'm doing it, then I'm not gonna do it. I should probably turn on a fan though, because it is getting a little warm. Hey, baby girl. Orly, come on. Go. Come on, Nora. Go. Back up. Go. Go. Good ones. You want a tree? You're such a good boy. Easy. Good boy. Oh yeah, dude. My freaking neighbor friend came over and picked up one of the kittens. The same girl that I gave the shrug to. Listen, she makes the most magical concoctions of scented oils on the planet, okay? And so I was like, hey, can you mix me up another little thing of the oils or whatever? And she mixed me up another thing. I think she put rose in it this time. Orly, no. This definitely has, oh, I'm in my rose era right now, I think. This is very, very on brand for me. Excited. But it's got other things in it. It's got like, I don't know, like jasmine and other things in it too. I should open them in. And she gave me, like a year ago, she gave me the coolest, it's glass. It's like an oil diffuser. That's made out of glass. So nice. Did I scare you? What did I do with it? And I like the smell of incense, like after it's burned in the air or whatever, but I can't stand the smoke from an incense burning. So I don't really burn incense. I don't mind the cones quite as much as I can't stand the sticks. But if I burn it for like 5 minutes and then 2 minutes and then turn it off, and then maybe in an hour later I'll burn it again, or I'll put it on while I'm not home and then let it burn down, and then when I come home hours later, I like that smell. Oh wow, that smells good. What are you doing? Listen. You can have this. But you can't have this. I'm gonna have to put the cat's food somewhere else, I guess, huh? Mr. Sneaky Man. Trying to get to the cat food. Oh, I'm so glad my dog is back in this side of the house, because he will clean up all the cat food mess. There will not be any kitty messes on the floor anymore. Yay! Maybe lower and then like down some. That's better. So I don't actually have a village. She's a like kind of more of an acquaintance than a friend. couldn't rely on her for anything super important, you know, like it's not like that. I couldn't count on her to like come and take my dog out or like close the windows for me or anything like that. I don't have anybody for that stuff, but that's self-imposed. I bought land in 2021 and I wanted to have a community or like a homestead for single moms. And so my best friend at the time, I invited her to join me because she was my best friend. And on day one, she decided that she met a man on Tinder, and within a week he lived there, and everything, now the property was theirs. It was not mine anymore. It was their property. They were making all the decisions about what's going to happen on the property and like, you know, like changes that were going to be made and things like that. I was completely edged out of everything. And then she spent the next 4 years doing everything she could to bully me off my own property. So I have made a very conscientious, and then the other girls that I had in my life that I thought were my friends betrayed me to my obsessed, unhinged internet, I don't know what to call it, stalker, obsessed fan. So I got to see the few people that I thought I had in my life that were halfway decent. Like I never gave people like too much, but the couple of girls that I thought were my friends totally betrayed me. But listen, I am so glad that I found out so much faster than I would have found out had it gone the way that it would have without my obsessed fans' intervention. Because I got to find out who they were and that they actually did not deserve any of the kindness that I was showering on them. And so I quit that shit. Come on, Orly. Dude, you're gonna make yourself sick. He's in like cat food heaven right now. Little grains that are on the, oh, he stopped. What a good boy. Okay, it's too hot for this. Oh yeah, cool. Hi. I'm gonna go turn the other fan on low to move air around. Where's the baby? Baby. Where's the baby? Heather! Listen, okay, so you've been here for a while, right? I don't know if you remember, but I literally prayed and like, God, please send this to me, you know, like live on camera for like a year straight, asking for someone to come into my life who could show me how to do the garden, set up my water, build my house out so that it's better and more efficient and life is more convenient and not so, because like if you have to do like, you know, if I have to like chop fucking trees, create a fire so that I can boil water so that I can have a cup of tea, every single task, then life becomes literally nothing but those tasks. And then there's nothing that you're not living for any joy. It's just slave work, miserable work. You don't have time to even get a job. And so you have to, as time goes, you have to make your systems more efficient so that they can assist you, especially when you're by yourself. But I didn't know how to do that. So I literally prayed and, you know, complained to God and like, please, why can't I find somebody like who can teach me some stuff and like will come and help? Well, it got to a point where I had a choice. I could stay on the property and deal with the strange people showing up because the stalkers were sending strangers to my house. Or I could just take the dive, take a leap, and go and literally live in a tent for a little while. Was it, you know, my ideal situation? Fuck no. But I was willing to try it. I had to put medication. I have medication under my tongue, so if I'm talking weird, that's why. But anyway, so I was willing to suffer. And so then I got this job, and the job that I got is exactly teaching me the things that I needed to know and that I was praying for. But it's not like someone just showed up into my life and is like helping me out and teaching me these things. I'm getting paid an hourly wage to learn and master these skills. So I got exactly what I prayed for, plus so much more that I couldn't have even conceived to have asked for. Like I wouldn't have been able to even like, the idea of making money and learning how to do those things would have never, I would have, if I had thought too much of it, I would have talked myself out of it and been like, that's impossible, you know? But it's not impossible because it fucking happened. And then I did such a good job at that job that I got hired by someone else through word of mouth recommendations to do an even cooler job. And then I got another job. I have 3 jobs that I literally love and that I'm fucking damn good at and that people brag on me about. Like I have a very good reputation because of what I do. Because I'm a fucking badass house cleaner and I'm a hard worker. God, these flies. I can't wait for screens. I got the double-sided Velcro. I just need to get the screen material. And then I'm putting fucking screens up. So over these bugs. I can't even imagine like how like luxe, how hoity-toity I'm gonna feel when I have screens on my window and I'll be able to open the windows without flies coming in. Dude, stop it. Right, Violet? If she hadn't have broke her fucking pelvis and her spine or whatever. It was like her pelvis, her tailbone, and like one of the vertebrae. You know what's crazy too? Is where I'm at right now. Do you remember the day that she broke her pelvis? She and I had come here to Adam's house to take a look at everything because she and I were going to move our whole show. My bus, all the chickens, the RV she was living in. We were going to move it all here. And she and I drove separately. We both came here and just kind of talked to Adam, and they met, and the kids like ran around the yard for a little while, and then she left, dropped Elliot off at Elliot's dad because it was his weekend or whatever, or his time with Elliot, and she went on like a tour of all of the Oregon waterfalls and swimming holes, and she literally fell and broke her pelvis while she was 2 miles out on a hike, you know? And, but it's just crazy to think that like this is where we came, like where I'm at now and where I have been for the last year. I'm running out of thread. Come to butthead. Come on, man, where's my end piece? Oh, come on, dude. Alright. This is a shit show waiting to happen. Somehow it got tangled around my cord already. Let's re-roll. Are you stalking the dog? Oh my god, they're gonna be best friends. She's literally stalking Orly. Every time he looks, she's like, no, I'm not looking at you. She's like playing red light, green light with him. Baby! What you doing? Baby kitty! Suki! Suki! Hi, mamas! Hi, my girl! That is the center pole. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to keep it going because this shit ain't right. Be easy, Orly. Gentle. You being a good boy? They're so good. They're both getting to know each other so good. The cat already knew about the dog because, like, every night he's here, barking and whining. So, but this is their first time being able to actually face to face. And he's kind of known that there were babies in here. What a piggy. He's laying down eating. These are so fucking pretty. What are you doing? Baby. Where's the baby? Orly, where's the baby? Go lay down. Go lay down. Be a good boy. Go lay down. Don't scare her. You're really big. I know you don't know that. Come on, good boy. Go lay down. What a good boy. Good boy. Go lay down. What a good boy. What a good boy. Lay down. He went to his spot and laying down. Dude, I have the best dog ever. I need to find a fucking groomer who will come here to my house and groom him for me. I have booked him appointments now 3 times, only to have the places, all 3 different places have canceled. It's like, yo, like, the fuck? Why are you canceling on my boy? He's the goodest boy. He deserves all the cuts. And I did a terrible job. No, he's been sleeping in the kitchen since I had the kittens. Dude, Elliot doesn't really like sleeping in there anyway, so it just goes unused. It's all set up and hi. She's my pretty girl. Pretty girl. You're so beautiful. Oh, she got me. Oh, how did you even do that? The mamas, I love you. This is a mama's girl. Hello. What are you doing? Attacking my damn thread. I got videos from everybody who got the kittens today. I messaged everybody this morning, and I was like, you know, touching base, like, how is everything going? How are the kittens? You know, how are you guys adjusting? Da 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 da. Everybody came back with like, oh my God, this is the sweetest kitten ever. I'm so happy. We just love her so much. They just fit right in. Makes me so happy. And the last kitten went to her home today. And so now it's just my little family now. So we can settle into some kind of a rhythm. I think I'm going to be taking her to work with me until she's bigger. But I kind of feel like I should let her mom, I should leave her here with Money and let Money take her outside and teach her how to hunt. The only thing is I'm afraid that Money will take her across the street because Money has decided that she wants to start crossing the street. It took a year for her to do that. And she's never liked cars. Dude, when Money was literally, oh, she's asleep. When Money was this size, like literally this tiny, she climbed up under my truck and sat on the leaf spring. And then me, Elliot, Lee, the single mom who was living with me, we all loaded up in the car and we were going to town. I lost my jewel. So I pulled over like a half a mile from the house to stop and like look for my jewel in my car, like wherever it was. And Lee was like, do you hear that? And I was like, hear what? She's like, I hear meowing. And I was like, what? And so she went to where the meowing was and she was like, oh my God, no fucking way. And there was Money, my cat, under the truck, sitting on the leaf spring. And I had driven. I went up a fucking mountain hill out of my driveway. And then I did we were going down a fucking mountain road. Half of that where I drove my driveway is all dirt and gravel. I don't know how the fuck she did not get murdered, but she was perfect. Not a hair messed up. But so Money has always had a healthy fear of cars for that reason. But here recently, she's been going and hunting for rats across the street. There's some water across the street. There's a body of water. And all of the rodents go there to like get water. I guess. I don't know. Or maybe they just live there. Maybe. I don't know. But she gets some fucking honking ass rats from over there. The biggest rats I've ever seen. They're like marsupials. Pack rats or something. This place burnt down a few years ago, like 7 or 8 years ago, and when it burnt down, you know, the first thing to proliferate in mass are rodents. She's sleeping. Oh my God, I fucking love her so much. She literally came up here to sleep with me. She was the first kitten to do that out of the whole litter. That was one of the reasons that I was like, okay, I'm taking this one. I had already been trying to decide between her and her twin sister, but I wasn't sure which one. And then she started climbing on the bed, and she was the first one to climb up on the bed. And she just crawled up on the bed and curled up next to me and fell asleep. And I was like, okay. She's also the one who got all the mice from Mama. So she's got the most rodent experience. You are not going to come over here and start fucking doing that shit. Go lay down. No more food, all gone. Baby's going night-night. The baby's sleeping. The baby's laying down. Orly, shh, the baby's laying down. She's laying down. Look, right here. The baby's laying down right here. Okay, you're gonna fall off the bed, buddy. There you go, that's better. Don't start. Listen, I will literally put in my earplugs and I won't be able to hear you do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. It hurts my head. Stop. Wait. If you're going to do it, just give me 10 more seconds. Just barely made it. I love you. These loops literally pull me out of reality. When I put them on, I'm just like, I get quiet. Like when I wore them when we went to Seattle, I literally barely talked the entire drive to Seattle, while Elliot and Josh were just the whole time, and I was just silent and just staring forward driving. It makes you able to hear your own voice, so I could tell how loud I actually am when I wear them. And it actually, it like muffles out all of the like blood curdling, angry making high pitched sounds. And so you're just like so calm. These things are so awesome. They make it so that like whenever I'm around my kid, he literally never annoys me, because it's really the combination of him not listening in conjunction with the high-pitched sounds that he makes and the whining or like the, you know, the begging or whatever that is, that really frustrates me. And so as soon as I put those in, it takes that element away, and it has changed the game for my parenting. It's like when you're a parent and you garden. It takes it out to another level and makes it like possible. And they are so cool. And the ones that I have like a little dial on them. So like you can choose if you want to engage. I think that's what they're called, loop engage. But so you can choose whether you want to hear or if you want to be like completely shut off from the world. So you can pick your level of intensity, and I really like that, because one of my ears hears better than the other, and so I like having the customization for each ear. Or like if I only want to wear one of them, I can crank the ear that's blocked, I can crank it to the most blocked setting, and then like the stuff that's coming in my like left ear, the empty ear, is not as intense, but it kind of balances it out a little bit. I wish I could get in touch with that guy that I'm designing this prototype for. I want to ask him how tall it needs to be. And I need to tell him he can buy the thread, the yarn that he wants me to use, and then he can have it shipped to my house. And that'll make life easier. Jamie. Oh, Elliot. Oh, yeah, no. Elliot's not here. The dog, you mean? He's, of course, he went to go lay down, like I told him to. He's such a good boy. Why am I leaning off camera? I'm not on TikTok. Orly. But yeah, so like I literally, whenever I have those ear things in, his begging and doesn't bother me. Like I can just be like, no, I don't know. No, it doesn't, I don't get angry like I normally would get. And I know it's because it's the sound of the begging that bothers me. It's not the actual begging itself. Kids are going to do that. I used to do it. You know what I mean? But I try to give him grace. I want to give him grace, but like I'm fucking autistic. I literally can't help that shit. I can't help it that it makes me, you know, upset or whatever. It's like how some people, the sound of someone else chewing or like certain voices, it's that high pitched, like the dog. It just makes me angry inside, just so angry and like, I need to run away. Not angry. It doesn't make me angry. I shouldn't say that because that's not true. It puts me in immediate fight or flight. That's what it does. And so I just want to run away. But like, you know, you can't when it's your dog in your house or your kid. You know, that's your kid. You can't just bolt. But everything inside of me wants to. The only time I actually get angry or whatever is when I get interrupted doing something that I'm hyper focused on. Like the dog doing that, interrupting me, will make me angry. But like when Elliot interrupts me, I cannot ignore him if he's doing that high pitched squealy sound. But if I have those loops, tune him out. And so I can ignore him constantly interrupting me at work. And so then I don't get angry about it. Orly Elizabeth, lay down. No more, all done. Dude. Every fucking night. It's the same shit. Don't you understand the routine yet? I already let you back outside to go and do fun things after you ate your dinner. Everybody else is inside. Everyone's laying down. Baby's asleep. Dude. Pipe down. See, like I cannot ignore it if I don't have my headphone things in. But if I have my earbuds in, my loops, I can completely tune it out because it doesn't hurt. I'm aware of the sound, but I can't hear it the way that I hear it without it. You know, like it just takes the edge off. Orly's a boy. No, I just call everybody Orly, you know, so-and-so Elizabeth. It's just your typical white girl middle name, you know. Orly's definitely a boy. Sometimes I tell Elliot Marie. I even call myself Heather Jane. My middle name's not Jane. And I say it all the time, Heather Jane. When I was like 16, my best friend Joanna and I started calling every single person we know so-and-so Lynn. So like Josh, my now husband, we would call him Joshy Lynn, or his friend, our best friend Freddie Lynn, Jojo Lynn, Heather Lynn. Like, that's just what like, everybody was so-and-so, Julia Lynn. And that's morphed over the years into me just calling everybody some random common white girl middle name. Jamie, Elizabeth, you get in here right this instant. So he must have sensed that I put my earbuds in because he completely stopped. Or I can't hear it at all, which, yay, either way. Dude, this thing is looking fucking fire. Look at those pretty stitches. Like, are you kidding me? I'm a professional. I could literally sell the things that I make. But I won't. Stop. Dude, I should message my friend that's a tattoo artist and see if I could use the balance that I have with her. I paid her $800 like 5 years ago, and I'm just wondering if if she would still honor that or not. I also have another tattoo artist friend who owes me a bunch of tattoo work. And she would honor it if I actually got around to going and getting it. Maybe I should do that. I literally have probably $1,500 worth of tattoo work that's owed to me that I just haven't cashed in. But I think it would be fun. I think it would be fun to take you guys with me. It's a good thing this stitch looks pretty because it is a fucking pain in the ass to keep track of. I can't just go on autopilot and just stitch. I have to keep track. I have to one and then the other, one and then the other, one and then the other, and I'm bad at that. Forget where I'm at. I don't count like, well, I'm extremely, like, I was a gifted student in all whatever it's called, I can't remember the word right now offhand, all subjects. I was gifted and in like getting straight A's in all subjects except for math. And apparently that is a very common symptom of autism. It's called dyscalculalia or something like that. Dyscalculia. And it just explains a lot. I surely wish that I was acknowledged to be like on the spectrum when I was young. It would have been so nice to have a mom or a parent who like tried to figure me out and cared enough to like try, like how I've basically changed my entire life to suit my son, to try to figure out, you know, my son and try to do what's best by him. Oh my God, did I tell you guys that I might have found a new place to move? I love crocheting, yes, I do, Jamie. But I may have found a place that will be kid friendly, like there's kids there. It's a single mom with she's got a son that's Elliot's age, or just younger than Elliot, just a little bit younger than Elliot. And she's renting a house, but it's on a big piece of land. There's a barn, there's fenced areas, like it's a whole fucking, like, it's a little homestead. But she is overwhelmed and she needs help. And so I actually met her a while back, but we kind of connected again because she took one of the kittens. And she got one of the kittens, and so like I was like, hey, I want to make sure that we stay in touch because I really want to keep, you know, and I want to see how the kitten grows up, and my son's really invested in the kittens and stuff. And she was like, yeah, for sure. And so she just was telling me while I was standing there, you know, talking about whatever. She's like, I'm so overwhelmed, like got all this property, and you know, like I'm not working. She's like, I don't have a solid income right now. She's like, I have money coming in from blah blah blah, none of y'all's business, but she's like, I have some money coming in. She's like, but I need like a better situation. She's like, I need to figure this out, like I need to figure something better out. And so I was like, dude, we should team up. We should team up, and that'll make life so much easier with the kids. You know, like one of us could take the kids to soccer, and then the other one can, you know, feed the animals. Like, chores can be diversified between two adults, and it will change the game. But if it works out, she's talking to the landlord, I think tomorrow about it, or maybe Monday, but if it works out, then I will live there until Josh and I buy a house together. And we should be trying, like, legitimately, like, really trying to buy a house over the course of the next year. Orly Elizabeth, That is enough. Dude, what the fuck? It's bedtime. It's just excessive now. It's annoying. I can't really hear it, but it's excessive. He's gotta quit. It's getting to be ridiculous. Why not sell what? Oh, the stuff that I make? Because I'm not a salesperson. Hawking my wares is not something that I enjoy, and therefore I don't do it well. If someone comes along and sees what I do and wants to buy something, I'll make them something. I'll sell, you know, my time. But I'm not going to ask. I don't make enough consistent stuff either. So like if someone sees a shirt they like, I might not want to make that shirt ever again. I might be tired of making it. So I can't charge people the prices that I would feel comfortable charging them, because the money would not be enough to motivate me to do something that I don't like, not having a good time doing. Like I could do it for money, but maybe like only once or twice. I couldn't do it often. thank you, God, for making it so that I will never truly understand the people who are so hateful on the internet to other people. I really appreciate you giving me a life that, a mind that can see it, eyes that can see it, a mind that can acknowledge it, and a life that is not so miserable that I seek to harm others and make them miserable. I'm so glad that instead I do the opposite. I'll go out of my way to try to make someone smile. I really am glad that I am like that. Thank you, God. Thank you for my beautiful life. She's right here, Money. Right here, Mama. Come here, Money. Right here, Mama. Right here. Right here. Right here. Yeah. 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 She's sleeping. Here she comes. Oh, you got a rat. She got a rat. See? That's a tiny mouse. A mole. Good girl, Mamash. You hot? Go lay down. Baby. Money, there are no other kittens. They're all gone.
tell
Leslie
y'all that.
claiming she
The wife of Lufthansa Airlines billionaire CEO fatally ran down a babysitter while on vacation in Sardinia, then flew home to Germany while under investigation for vehicular homicide, according to reports.
A young woman is dead. A luxury SUV plowed through a pedestrian crossing in one of the richest corners of Europe. The driver? Not some reckless teenager or drunk partygoer. No. It was Vivian Alexander Spohr, the wife of Lufthansa's billionaire CEO. And what happened next is what's sending shockwaves across the world. Because while a family mourns their daughter, the rich just boarded a plane home. No arrests, no mugshot, no accountability. Are we seriously pretending justice still exists for the ultra wealthy? Is this the kind of society we're all okay living in, where the rich literally kill and walk away without a scratch, while ordinary people grieve without answers, without apologies, and without closure? Today, we're diving headfirst into the jaw-dropping case of how a babysitter lost her life in Italy, how a billionaire family may be walking free, and why the silence from Lufthansa and European prosecutors is louder than any statement. This isn't just about a car crash. It's about a system that bends for billionaires and buries the rest of us. This case reveals everything you need to know about how power shields people from consequences. Stay with me, because this rabbit hole goes deeper than you think. We're not just going to talk about what happened. We're going to rip open the hypocrisy and demand the truth they don't want you to see. It was July 8th of this year, a sun-soaked afternoon in Porto Cervo, Sardinia, a haven for Europe's elite. Think mega yachts, private villas, luxury boutiques tucked between pristine beaches. In the middle of this picture-perfect backdrop, 24-year-old Gaia Costa was walking across a zebra crossing. She was a babysitter, a daughter, a local, a real person, and she raised her arm to signal an oncoming car to stop. That car, a BMW X5, didn't just ignore her, it struck her down. Behind the wheel, Vivian Spohr, the wife of Carsten Spohr, CEO of Lufthansa, one of the most powerful European airlines in the world. Witnesses say Gaia did nothing wrong, that she was in the crosswalk, that she signaled, that she waited, but none of that mattered. The SUV didn't slow down, it didn't brake, it rolled right through her. And 20 minutes later, Gaia was pronounced dead. EMTs tried everything, but nothing could bring her back. Her life ended, violently and carelessly, in a place where she should have felt safe, in a moment that should have been routine. Her body lay shattered in the middle of a luxury paradise, and the world around her, well, it barely flinched. What happened next is where the outrage begins. Because while Gaia's body was still warm, Vivian Spohr allegedly continued driving. Not only did she not stop on impact, she reportedly fled the scene. Some witnesses claim she passed out in shock. Others say she was flagged down by bystanders and forced to pull over. Either way, it took far too long before she was even aware of the carnage left behind. And let's pause here. Would you be allowed to just drive off after killing someone on a pedestrian crosswalk? Would you be allowed to claim shock as your excuse? The system doesn't allow that luxury for average citizens, so why is it allowed here? But it gets worse. She wasn't arrested. She wasn't detained. She wasn't even asked to surrender her passport. In fact, within days, she was back in Germany, free, untouched, surrounded by legal advisors, and shielded by wealth, privilege, and silence. It's not just disturbing, it's disgusting. It's a slap in the face to justice and a brutal reminder of who gets protection and who gets buried. Toxicology tests say Vivian wasn't drunk, no drugs, but that doesn't absolve her. It raises more questions. Was she texting? Was she distracted? Was she speeding? Local officials say they're checking the BMW's onboard data. But let's be real. If this were an ordinary citizen, that data would already be leaked, dissected, and paraded across headlines. But instead, Italian authorities are translating documents into German. How convenient. How slow. How suspiciously bureaucratic. CCTV footage? It exists, but we still haven't seen it. Dash cam recordings? Silent. The Spohr legal team has gone full damage control. Their message? Vivian was going very slow. It was a tragic accident. She fainted. She's devastated. Really? Because the only person who seems devastated is Gaia's family, her mother, her friends, her community. Meanwhile, Lufthansa HQ hasn't said a word, not even a token apology. No corporate empathy, no moral backbone, just business as usual while a young woman dies on the ground, laying in the middle of the street. This isn't just a one-off story. This is a pattern, a playbook. The rich kill, the rich flee, the rich hide behind their wealth, and the world lets them.
I don't understand why girls think they want to marry a rich man. I would never, ever, ever date a man that was outside, like above my income bracket. Especially super wealthy. You would never catch me dating a man that's super wealthy. Wealthy people can afford like spy cameras and private investigators and like shit like that, you know what I mean? Like all the Diddy stuff. That's why I would never date a man like that.
To dodge justice for years. It took relentless
I'd rather be poor than have someone use technology against me and has access to my, you know, inner sanctum.
Same erasure of the victim's humanity.
I'm gonna check on the kitty.
Same cowardice masked as regret. On social media, the backlash is growing. Hashtags like Justice for Gaia and Sport Cover Up are trending. Italian citizens are furious. Locals in Allura mourn Gaia as one of their own. And people across Europe are demanding transparency. But the mainstream media, well, they're tiptoeing, carefully framing it as an unfortunate incident, not a crime, not a hit and run, not vehicular homicide, just a sad accident. But the Italian prosecutors know better. They've opened a case into this, looking up vehicular homicide. And yet, the person responsible is already gone. Is this how justice works? Where billionaires are immune to consequences because they can afford silence? Where they get to escape to their home country without being detained? Where prosecutors are expected to play nice while families cry into empty courtrooms? But here's where it gets insane. Karsten Spohr himself has stayed completely silent. Zero public statements, no condolences, no commitment to cooperate, no sense of moral responsibility. This is the CEO of Lufthansa, the man who built his reputation on safety, on public trust, on corporate responsibility. And now in the face of a scandal involving his own wife, nothing, crickets. Is Lufthansa protecting its image more than it values human life? Is this silence part of a legal strategy?
Oh, shut up.
Or is it just...
I think it's so insane how people are bullied and body shamed for their appearance, but once they get a cosmetic procedure to change something about themselves, all of a sudden they're like the worst person in the world.
But your chin is extended though.
Keep going.
I can lose this. You can't reshape that.
I don't
hoe.
want to lose it, baby.
Even if you can't.
All the things that these people were pointing out to me, like I never saw in myself. Like they're kind of pointing out like new insecurities, I guess. And most of the things that people thought I got done, like my cheeks and my chin, I've had for life.
I've heard every version of it, of what's wrong with me, and then you fix it, and then it's wrong for different reasons.
We're living in a weird world where women can't really make anyone
What?
happy. And I say that with utmost respect. There's just this ongoing contradiction that's been happening for years. Women getting bullied into surgery and then facing backlash for actually going through with it. And this type of bullying can start at a young age, it can start at school, it can even start in the family. But the place where it seems the loudest and the most listened to is social media. Welcome to the Girl Talk you didn't know you needed. Now, I'm not saying you have to subscribe. You're classy. I know you don't just give those away for free. But hopefully at the end of this video, we become bestie enough to where you feel like you can take that next step. And real quick and fast, let's get a little vulnerable. Because I've been seeing a few comments of people saying that my videos sound AI, very robotic. And after digging into it a little bit more, I understand why. I try to come off as polished, professional, and unbiased, but I'm starting to realize that it's coming off as very inauthentic. And instead of giving what I thought it was supposed to give, it's giving very much AI. I'm still very new to this YouTube space, so I came into this space thinking that I had to use AI to enhance my voice and get my point across better. But instead it's coming off ingenuine, and y'all don't deserve that. Because you came here for my voice, my takes, my humor, and I pay attention to what you say and what you ask for. I could get one comment of a concern,
and I will take it into account. Not to mention, I think I have a little bit of undiagnosed ADHD. So I have to quite literally write down every single word, punctuation. I have to write down everything, or we'll be randomly talking about Christmas halfway through this video. Just know moving forward that every single word you hear from me will be from Janae and not ChatGPT show. Okay. Now let's get into the video. Now these women we're going to use as examples today didn't just wake up and decide to change their face. From a mix of online criticism, beauty standard pressures, and even bullying from her own family, this woman didn't stand a chance. Khloe Kardashian, from Keeping Up with the Kardashians, had been given a label. From the beginning, the media and fans mocked her body, said that she was fat, said that she was even ruining the brand.
Reports came out over the weekend that Khloe Kardashian's appearance on season 8 of The Apprentice really bothered Trump. In an interview with Huffington Post, an editor from the show says he basically wanted to just get rid of her. He called her a piglet. He goes on to say that Trump even asked, "What is this? We can't even get the hot one?" Ouch.
And even Caitlyn Jenner, formerly known as Bruce Jenner, told her that she needed to lose a couple pounds.
Shot for bringing this up, but don't you think you'd lose a few pounds?
What?
Don't you think you should lose a few pounds?
Instead of her being the fat sister, she slowly turned into the ugly sister. Y'all, it even went as far as people making up rumors saying that Khloe Kardashian didn't look like her sisters because her father was O.J. Simpson.
So here we have an old photo of the Kardashian family. There they all are, yep.
I mean...
And we do notice that Khloe looks a little bit different. Yeah, Kim and Kourtney look a lot alike. Khloe looks a little different. But someone Khloe resembles very closely, O.J. Simpson's daughter, Sydney. Sydney and Khloe. And we all know that Simpsons and the Kardashians were very close. Very close. Robert was even one of O.J.'s lawyers in his trial. So Miss Kris Jenner, what happened?
That's a deep dive that we do not have time to get into. With the constant speculation and people constantly pointing out her flaws, and then on top of that, Kardashian sister after Kardashian sister went under the knife, allegedly. And back in those days, the early 2000s, they were praised for their sudden changes. Kim Kardashian, with her teeny waist and her bootylicious figure, she started to become the talk of the town. And it didn't matter if that talk was good or bad.
Posing nearly naked, popping champagne. Paper Magazine takes Kim's most famous asset to the next level. Kim's oiled up exposure has one mission: break the internet. And it nearly does. The image steals almost every headline on the web. Her Instagram likes a staggering 694,000 as of this airing.
But it all went left when Khloe actually started to listen to that talk. Fast forward, years later, she popped up with an entirely different face and the internet went wild. Yeah, that face that everybody told her to change, they said fix your face, but they didn't say like that.
This is not normal. That's not normal. Why do people think that looks good? What is that?
Leave it to a hater to try and dampen her spirit, asking in the comments, "Do you miss your old face?" She quickly leaves a one-word response that shuts it all down, simply replying, "Nope."
So now the reaction videos to Khloe Kardashian's new face started rolling in just as fast as the hate comments from years before. Does her face look entirely different? Yes. Should the bullying justify why she should change her face? No. It started with subtle tweaks, a little Botox here, a little filler there. But then followed the hairline lift, and then the brow and the neck lift, and then the liposuction, allegedly. I came across a TikTok video that I'm about to show y'all, and the text on that TikTok video reads, "Khloe Kardashian's old face had so much potential, to be honest." And the top comment on that video says, "Everyone complains about her new face as if they didn't bully her into changing it. This is what the public asked for. People wanted her to lose weight. They wanted her to look more like her sisters. And when she gave them exactly what they asked for, they're still not happy. Women..."
It's almost like you shouldn't try to please anybody and you should just please yourself.
Their nose being crooked so they may fix it up. But the more they look in the mirror, the more they see those so-called problems stand out. And after a while, they don't even need social media's opinion because they've internalized it. And these women adapt something that I call surgery blindness. They get so many procedures and they change their face up so much over time because each tweak feels small in the moment. But eventually, they don't realize how far they've gone. They're so used to fixing something, injecting here, lifting there, that they don't notice that they don't look like themselves anymore. But we notice. And we see it. And we smell it too. Just like surgery blindness, there's something called nose blindness too. It's when you wear the same perfume for so long that you stop noticing it, but everyone else can. I used to think my go-to scent was that girl until somebody asked me if I was even wearing perfume. That's when I discovered Scentbird, a monthly subscription where you can choose your own scent and for features that they didn't ask for. I want to talk about somebody that's been the internet's punching bag for years. And that's Natalie Nunn. If you don't know who Natalie Nunn is, she is a reality TV personality who got her breakout role in
Natalie Nunn is like...
I'm Natalie Nunn, and I'm known for being...
You should do a deep dive into Natalie Nunn and her having to do with Whoa Vicky's disappearance. I can't watch this video anymore. She's supporting Natalie Nunn. Young mom shot dead by neighbor over birds. I wonder if it was chickens.
Welcome back to a series so dastardly, even Plankton subscribed. In today's video, new creators are complaining about iDubbbz and Anissa. Apparently they lost thousands of dollars on their event. Ethan has responded. Local Hassan orbiting moon Denims has actually gotten lawyers, but they are absolutely panicking and seemingly helping Ethan. Attorney Legal Mindset has done the legal analysis and it appears they are cooked. Subscribe for the greatest discovery since fire itself. The Pegasus channel, of course. Over to you, Jellywig.
Let's up those numbers!
Alright, let's begin with Ethan calling out iDubbbz and Anissa. Basically, this creator called Ren was talking about how he lost thousands of dollars in iDubbbz's creator clash, and he still hasn't been compensated. Now, if you remember, he's also called them out in the past. Here's a quick recap.
Like, Ian and I, we're friends walking down a sidewalk, and he gets stung by a wasp. And he's like, oh, and he looks up and there's a wasp nest there. Pulls out a bat, and he runs up and hits that wasp nest and comes back. He's like, ha, I showed that wasp nest. And I'm like, uh-oh. And all the wasps come flying out, and they start stinging us. Both of us.
Right, so now he's revealed that he's actually lost thousands of dollars, and Ethan has responded.
I don't want to get into too many details about it, but basically with the event being canceled, they're not entitled to pay you all of it. And so I was suddenly like, oh, now not only is this event not happening, I am now losing thousands of dollars on this event.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Play me the clip of her talking about how she cares about the fighters so much. We have that.
That's
usually fight promoters, they just use these people.
That's their clip on Hassan's show.
I'm a socialist, okay? I believe in taking care of my people. Unlike these crazy capitalists that show up, pay their fighters ahead of time. This is
People
so
saying
socialist coded. They go, you pay for, you're responsible up front, and you don't get paid until we make money. That's the socialist credo. They go, oh, you want a piece? Then you don't get paid till I get paid. No, that's not how we work around. That's not what capitalism is. It's I pay, you do work for me, and I pay you.
Right, so it seems like the setup that iDubbbz and Anissa had was that nobody gets paid unless they make a profit. At least that's what it appears like from this clip. And it seems like a ton of people ended up losing money. And it's not just a charity, but the creators participating as well.
With the
If you missed the
mamas.
previous episodes, there was a creator called Dad who got completely screwed over. This guy was basically relying on this extra income from iDubbbz and Anissa, but didn't get it at all. And he basically got hurt pretty bad boxing, and it was all for nothing. And the thing is, that's not how an event should be run. In these type of cases, the person should be getting paid no matter what. Like, for example, even as a YouTuber, if you're hiring like an editor, right? If your video ends up getting 0 views, that doesn't mean you get to skip paying them. Because obviously that's just ridiculous. It is your job as the, employer to bear the loss no matter what happens. Now, this next part, Ethan points out how they specifically chose some creators that were broke and kind of relied on this sort of income in order to manipulate them.
I believe what they did was especially nefarious.
Yes.
They recruited many, if not most, of their boxers were influencers who were not rich. So to these people, they can dangle $20,000 in front of them as a carrot on a stick to hold them, to keep them in line. So that if you leave, or if something comes up, or whatever it is, it's like, sorry, we.
Yeah.
So it's like they talk about how they don't want to exploit their fighters. The format itself was exploited.
This whole event exploited the fighters.
You don't make them fucking front their own money for training and then pay them back at the end. That's insane. Why would they want Dad to fight in all three? Why? They had a bunch of repeat fighters, and all of the fighters they had repeat for were not rich fighters. These were people who were depending on them to pay them back, to fund their money.
Right, so I was actually completely unaware of this. So basically they made people spend their money and then they only got compensated back if the event does well. I mean, that is like extremely messed up, no? And I also find it super sus that they chose Dad to be part of all the events. Like, no disrespect to him, of course, but, he's not that relevant compared to, some other creators they could have gotten. So the only reason to have him on was to basically have like a death grip on his balls, literally doing the very thing that they were complaining about, rich people exploiting desperate creators who wanted to make some quick money boxing. And ironically, this whole thing made them themselves broke.
No charity got any money. What did you waste all the money? What did you spend all the money for? For Anissa and Ian to take a fucking, to have a cocktail party? What?
Plus, for influencers, your time is your money.
Big time.
If he's not spending time on training, he would be making more content or whatever it is that he does. He would do more of that and make money.
Why do they have Dad 3 times?
Well, Dad is a really cool part of the event.
He doesn't have a big audience.
But they did not treat him as such.
He doesn't have a huge audience. He doesn't bring people.
But
he's entertaining. He's cool.
Yeah, he's really entertaining.
Great the first and the second time. Why do we need him 3 times?
Look, I get it. If they wanted him,
they control him. They can control him. But he needs money. He needs the money. They like that. He needs the money.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously there's no inherent problem with having the same creator on
Money, the babies are gone. They're all gone, money. All gone, babies.
This level of control over them, like each step we look into this,
I know, Mama. I'm so sorry.
I mean, you gotta consider that Dad literally sacrificed the opportunity cost as well, right? He could have been, growing his own career, making content the entire time, but he set everything aside to train for this boxing event all this time. And I feel like it was specifically hurtful because, he was a smaller creator. If it was like a bigger creator, they weren't really, obviously, they would also lose a huge opportunity cost, but, they're not financially relying on them. Then Ethan pulls up one of their old clips and calls them the ultimate hypocrites.
Communism in action, guys. This is what it looks like.
I think what really made me mad about boxing events in the past is that it's rich assholes betting their money to make money to have people that are struggling to make ends meet and pay rent.
Let's examine that. Dad, is he someone who's struggling to make ends meet based on the videos you've seen? Yes. Rich assholes. Before this event, I don't know, but would Ian and Anissa be considered rich by most people's standards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So let's go back, because right now she's kind of describing herself to a T.
What really made me mad about boxing events in the past is that it's rich assholes betting their money to make
exactly what they did. They bet their money to exploit these fighters. Literally weren't even going to pay them back until they made their money back on the gamble that they would get that 34%
money to have people that are struggling to make ends meet and pay rent.
Dad.
Watch them do it, and then they'll go home and have a lot of money.
And the fighters are. Yeah, the irony is unbelievable.
I mean, I love how the clip almost perfectly described them. Rich assholes trying to exploit people while also secretly taking money from a charity event while also pretending like they're the good guys. And how perfect is it that Hassan is in that clip as well? It just perfectly sums it up. I mean, at least they can never do it again, considering they're apparently broke now, stuck in a basement, selling their house, trying to move to Canada. By the way, a lot of you guys pointed out in the comments as well, who thought Canada is a good idea? It's like insanely expensive there. Like, even the groceries and stuff, some of the prices I've been seeing, like, wow, dude. I don't think you're gonna be saving any money there. And even if you do happen to make any money, like, the taxes there are crazy. So yeah, I don't know. I'd probably consider moving to, like, Thailand or something. Like, well, where did Canada come from? Now, after this, Ethan talks about the socialist way of running things.
And that's the thing. They go, oh, communism, socialism rules. The capitalists, who she's being like, oh, these people, they actually pay their fighters.
At least they put an
actually
event.
fulfill their obligations. Socialism is Anissa being in charge.
I'm an angry bitch.
Socialism is creator clash, start and end.
Definitely don't show this clip to Hassan. He's gonna call you a Nazi again. I mean, this is exactly what happens when you incorporate yourself into the Hassan Goon Squad, right? You try to live by their beliefs, and then you find yourself completely screwed. And in the process, you
I'm sorry,
screw over
Mama.
everyone else as well. Like, you want to talk about this ideal society where everything works perfectly, but that's just not the real world. And this is what ends up happening when you try to assert your ridiculous ideals upon the world. It just completely fails, right? So then Ethan talks about how the company Real
It's
Good
okay.
Touring, who Idubbbz and Anissa partnered with,
It's
should
okay.
actually sue them because you know, they took the fall for Creator Clash,
It's
and then Idubbbz and
okay.
Anissa just sort of you know, abandoned ship.
We don't regret it.
No regrets.
Like, I just want to make that
No regrets. This guy lectured me on what it means to be a good person. Look how fucking little he cares about everybody he's over.
Stepping away from the company is not because we regret what we've done. We needed to do what we did. I'm very proud of what you've done.
By the way, we needed to do what we did on the content cop, but I thought she had nothing to do with it.
Well, and actually,
she can't make up her mind.
no, she's a liar. And she's a moron. And a moron.
And a
She's liar.
moron.
She's a moron
Yeah.
who can't keep track of her lies. She wants Ian to take all the responsibility and she wants all the accolades. They knew already, long before the content cop, that the event was failing on a catastrophic level. So she quit, threw the hot potato in Real Good Touring's lap, who is now responsible for paying all these people back.
This is totally tarnishing them too.
They should absolutely sue them. Like, what the
But I truly am genuinely the happiest I've ever
They
been.
took monetary and reputation.
Because until this, as an influencer, I've only heard good things about Real Good Touring.
Oh my god, bro. Stop. Don't edge me like this. More lawsuits, dude? More lawsuits? I'm already having way too much fun with the Ethan Klein copyright lawsuits against the Hassan Orbiters. If we get an Idubbbz and Anissa lawsuit, my god, I might have to buy an extra gooning pillow from my buddy Dan Clancy. Gonna have to ask him where he does his shopping. I'm sure he has the most premium materials. But dude, I just love how Anissa tries to pretend she had nothing to do with this. You know, I have nothing to do with this. It was all Idubbbz. Whenever anything fails, it's all Idubbbz. But then whenever anything succeeds, it was me. I was the mastermind behind all of this. Anyways, moving on to Hassan's orbiting moon, female Hassan, Denims. Now, quick recap. In the past, Denims was actually threatening to sue Ethan. She made a whole GoFundMe for it. And some people suspected that she was also trying to pocket the money. So she got called out by her own community and then had to refund the GoFundMe. Then after that, she started bragging that, if I really did something wrong, you would be suing me. Ethan is too pussy to sue me.
How's the lawsuit going? Nowhere, because Ethan Klein's too much of a suey, because he knows he'll lose.
And, you know, she effed around and she found out, and Ethan finally sued her. And that brings us to today. Denims has actually gotten some lawyers. I mean, that already puts you ahead of Casey, Tron, and Froggen. But it turns out Denims and her lawyers have actually come to an agreement to throw the H3 Snark mods under the bus. Here we have this tweet. Denims and Ethan's lawyers both seem to be in agreement that unmasking the H3 Snark mods is warranted and should be expedited. Oh my god, the cinema. Okay, so we got this.
It's gonna happen in my case. All the Reddit mods are gonna get uncovered.
Agree that expedited discovery to unmask them is warranted. And here we got these screenshots. On July 1st, counsel for the parties conducted a telephonic meet and confer regarding the grounds and necessity for the application. Whereas counsel for Denims, this is Denims' lawyers, agreed that TEI's request to seek expedited discovery from Reddit and Discord to obtain personal identifying
and I do
information
not mind the long
must
wait.
name them in the complaint and and serve the Ancestry Snark mods with
Because
the
I'm just
complaint
gonna mind my own
warranted
business and
under
go
the
about my life
circumstances.
anyway.
This is an absolutely catastrophic day for every anonymous or Reddit harasser or Discord mod who wants to go on this absolute power trip and think they are just like immune from all consequences. Whereas on July 10, Council for TEI sent Council for Denims the proposed subpoenas to Reddit and Discord, to which Council for Denims does not object. So apparently they are, in agreement here. And this is basically what the attorney legal mindset actually predicted, where basically they'll be trying to shift the blame or essentially try to settle and, grovel at Ethan's feet, basically trying to settle out of court. And this is probably like the first step to that, just try to push the blame onto the mods. These guys were the ones doing the bad shit. My client actually didn't do shit, guys. Ethan Klein's lawyers basically requested a pause to the lawsuit in order to subpoena the Snark mods before proceeding so that they could be legally named moving forward. They discussed this with Denim's attorneys, and Denim's attorneys agreed that the request was warranted, and they did not object after reviewing said subpoenas. Right, so one possibility is that, they want them to go after the mods instead of her.
I
Or the second
know.
possibility is that the lawyers just
They're
could
all
not
gone,
object
mamas.
to this request
I
because it
know.
is so obviously related to the
I
lawsuit and that would look
know.
ridiculous.
My
So they just had to
girl.
sort of let it through. Here's
My
what we were saying
money,
makes sense. Denim's
mama.
lawyers may be hoping to pass some
Just
of the
the
liability
money,
of the red mods,
mamas.
perhaps with the hope it will take some of the heat off Denim
I love
herself.
you.
I hope one of the mods turns out to be a
I
streamer.
know,
Dude, listen, I've been
I
keeping my
know.
theories to myself.
Are you
because,
hungry or
I
something?
wanna make sure my
You want some
predictions
food?
are perfect on the money.
Yeah?
Here. I'm just gonna
Yeah?
say I feel like
You
it
think
is
that'll make you
very
feel better?
unlikely that the Ancestry
Yeah,
Snark mods
okay.
had absolutely no communication
Okay.
with Denim's, Frogan,
Come
or
on.
Casey Tron. Okay,
Let's
I'm just
go
saying
get
that
it
it's
for
very
you.
unlikely, and they possibly had some communication, and it's likely going to implicate them in some manner. Do you think the Reddit mods will turn on their idols now that they might have to actually face consequences? I mean, absolutely. You think they have any shred of loyalty? The only reason they take part in this is, one, they have some weird political ideology and they're politically brain rotted. Two is that they just love harassing people. Just some people, they just crave that level of chaos. They just want to, be part of something, be part of this harassment campaign or whatever. And they will absolutely turn on their idols, so to speak, whether it be, Hassan, Dennis, Frogan, whatever. I don't know how those people could ever be your idols, but they will definitely sell them out, don't worry. And especially after Denims and her lawyers allowed this whole subpoena to go through without any pushback at all, okay? So obviously, they're going to be a little bit afraid, and they're going to be like, oh, well, they don't have my back, why should I have their back? My God, legal mindset called it. I don't know what you're talking about. He's not even a lawyer. According to Hassan, this guy is a passport bro, so like a fake lawyer, MAGA grifter, obviously. Oh, this is getting better and better yet. Redditors, this is gonna set an interesting precedent. Oh my God, dude, the cinema.
Money,
the
eat your
absolute
food.
Cinema keeps getting better. He should also go after the employees at Reddit who refuse to take down Snark. They are also participating in the harassment. That might be a little bit harder because Reddit would be inclined to protect them. And if you go after the employees, that also implicates the company itself. Whereas if you're going after the mods here, Reddit will have no problem complying, right? This is what I expect the Ancestry Snark mod to look like, and then we just got, I don't know what this is based on, I'm not gonna... Okay, moving on to the legal mindset analysis of the situation. First off, he talks about how in the courtroom, it's basically every man for himself.
As predicted, the disloyalty is already shining through in the Ethan Klein lawsuits, with Denims throwing the Reddit and Discord mods under the bus immediately in one of her first court filings, sacrificing them to the legal court of the Ethan Klein lawsuit. But as I've said, in the legal world, in the legal jungle, it is every man or woman for themselves. Now, many people like to talk about, one for all for one, we're all in this together, we're all part of a big community. And that may be well and good in the realm of feelings or in the realm of streaming or whatever else. But once you're
Orly,
in the courtroom,
go lay down.
whether you like
Nuh-uh.
it or not, defendants
Go
are
lay down.
all in it for themselves.
Back up.
That's why each defendant will need to have their own
out, buddy.
individual counsel, because ultimately their responsibility to defend themselves falls on solely them. They can't rely on these other people.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Basically, all of them just turning on each other, not standing in solidarity at all. And essentially, they are all just going to be like crabs in a bucket, pulling each other down, trying to backstab each other. And this is just another classic because obviously they have no reason to support each other. They're the only like combining force they have is their hatred towards Ethan Klein, but that's not enough to completely ruin your entire financial life just for the sake of some comrade on the internet. And the thing is, we already saw that they basically have no loyalty when Casey Tron, Frogan, and Denims got sued, and Hassan was just sitting, chilling there, refusing to actually donate. Now, he said that he privately might be, maybe, possibly donating something. I'm not buying that bullshit. Obviously, he's not, because if Hassan did donate publicly, that would inspire a bunch of other people and his own fans to also donate. So obviously, I assume he's just not donating. Basically, what's going on here is that I'm with you when it costs me nothing. But the second I have to put my own neck on the line for you, you're gone. Okay, I don't give a shit about you. Now, this next part, he explains that
I know,
Ethan
Mama.
actually requested an expedited subpoena, right? And Dennis
I know,
did not actually have
Mama.
to agree to this, but her lawyers chose to do it anyways, basically because they wanted to throw the mods under the bus.
And I know that maybe these Discord mods, these Reddit mods, looked at Denims, looked at Casey Tron, looked at Frogan, and saw these massive legal funds. They saw all this money in those legal funds, and they thought that was going to go to help them as well. They thought that would help their case, that would help them fight back against what they want to fight back against. That's not happening at all, and we have receipts today showing that Denims has already done this. So TED Entertainment, that's Ethan Klein. I'll just refer to TEI as Ethan Klein. What this is Ethan Klein wanted an expedited subpoena against these mods. So he's trying to fast track subpoenaing these mods. And this is not something that is necessarily 100% granted all the time. There are things they could fight back, there are things they can push back against, and this isn't something they necessarily have to agree to. But when you look at it here, when you look at the actual document and you see what happened, these guys talked. So obviously Ethan Klein and the attorneys for Denims had a conversation after Denims was served with a complaint. The counsel for Denims agreed. They made a decision. They elected to say, we are not going to raise any defense on behalf of the Reddit or Discord mods. We're not going to defend them in any way.
Amazing. I mean, amazing. So they did not want to spend a single second defending the Reddit mods, and supposedly they are on the same side, guys. I mean, this just shows how small the fabric of support actually is here. There's like absolutely zero camaraderie here. And now we get to something far more interesting. So what's gonna end up happening now, right, is basically all these mods, if any of them have any level of private information that the public does not know or Ethan does not know, for example, just an example, who specifically did the CPS call on Ethan's kids, they're gonna try to use it as bargaining chips to save themselves and implicate everybody else. So we might actually be getting some extra juicy information.
And I think this may be surprising to a lot in that camp, in the Denims camp or in the mod camp or etc., whatever that is, who thought they were going to be this one big team fighting against the evil villain Ethan Klein. That's not how it's working. How this is going to look is more like a sinking ship. It's more like a ship that just took a full broadside from the USS Ethan Klein. It's taking on water, it's going down, and they are fighting over the one leaky lifeboat. One mod, for example, says, hey, I don't want anything to do with this. I want to get out of this. They try to bargain with Ethan Klein. They try to get some sort of settlement with Ethan Klein. This is when the knives come out. This is when people start stabbing the others in the back willingly just to try to escape this, just to try to get out of this. And this is going to escalate as we go into Discovery. We haven't even got full communications yet, full emails, full messages.
Oh, this is going to be so cool because it's going to set precedent for people on Reddit calling CPS on people. I told you guys on Reddit. I told you.
Very messy.
One day. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day.
And I know, Ethan is posting those
one day we'll find out who you all are, and
somehow through some mysterious circumstances.
we'll hold you all responsible for your own actions.
Why the Reddit and Discord mods in particular are
So
screwed
if
is
you
because,
choose to
unfortunately, this is
participate in
copyright
abusive
lawsuit, and they
behavior,
get to host the links and the channels for the copyright
You know,
infringement.
it is, that's
Basically,
on
they
you.
had that
But
one post
if your hands are
where they
clean, you got
basically
nothing to worry
linked
about.
to Denims and all these other creators where they said, here, you can watch the video here, do not give Ethan any views. And that is obviously enabling the copyright infringement, which I think is one of the reasons Ethan could subpoena them in the first
Oh yeah,
place.
that's another
And
thing
feel like
is
you can't
I
really
found
expect
out
them
that
to look
I could actually sue for copyright, or I have a copyright because they've put my stream up on the Reddit to try to keep me from getting views myself, which is breaking my copyright because my content is my copyright, even my live streams. So you can't post them without my consent. And they would do that, or still do, post my live stream in a way that makes it so that they can watch without giving my live stream multiple views. Oh, there's a fire.
These mods, considering they're gonna be some like 40-year-old unemployed loser freak, as we found out from the other people who got exposed every single time. It is exactly like when you picture a Reddit or Discord mod or somebody who spends all their time calling people Nazis, hating on Ethan here. You know the picture you have in your head? It is exactly them. It is worse than what you think, okay? Then Legal Mindset talks about how other content creators might be roped in as well. And, you know, he did name drop Hassan.
And I certainly do expect that some of these mods are going to jump ship, and some of the mods are also going to point fingers back at the content creators, back at Denims, back at Frogan, back at Caseytron, and possibly at other content creators. It's possible if other ones were involved here. We mentioned Sean the Black, and of course there's the great white whale of Hassan, right? That Captain Ahab Klein is kind of aiming for there.
Oh, dude, if this somehow ropes in Hassan into this lawsuit, how poetic will it be? I mean, how iconic would it be if he was brought down by his own orbiting moons, bro? You could not write a story that good. Now, of course, just being realistic, we don't really know yet, and I don't know, I feel like it's a little bit unlikely because Hassan is a little bit unrelated to this, but the fact remains, Denim's lawyers are cooperating with Ethan, and it seems like Denim's is just straight up like giving up here, alright? Letting Ethan just run rampant here, selling out her Reddit comrades, oh my god, it's just wonderful, man. Here's what people are saying. Rats fleeing a sinking ship. It will be fascinating to see these orbiters turn on each other and eventually turn on Hassan as well. Sleep tight, orbiters, and Hassan while you can. The Ancestry subreddit sure became quiet. I think they roached out to other subreddits like Rats from a Sinking Ship. Imagine being a Reddit Jenny that works 24/7 for free with zero recognition of all the hard work of sweeping and mopping, only to then get thrown under the bus in a lawsuit by your overlords now. Can't relate. I mean, they completely deserve this, to be fair. I have no sympathy for these absolute cockroaches. This is no longer a cookout, it's a BBQ. Might even become a deep fry. Twitch made y'all too comfortable with stealing people's content and not getting sued for it. Reddit mods wouldn't even get you a single courtship. Yeah, to be fair, these guys are all probably broke. Guess Denims blink first to tattle on the circle. Everybody gangster until it gets legally serious, absolutely. Remember, Legal said if you give up those names, Ethan might go easy on you. Actually, that is the only thing that can save them. Give up the person who did the CPS call. Unreal Tournament announced our first blood. Anyways, I wanted to move on to these few Denims clips. Apparently, she's been stealing content in different instances as well, and this is pointed out in Willie Mac's video.
Sometimes when the video ends, she says nothing, just clicks to the next video.
But this was the way to do it. All those Chinese truck drivers moving stuff around America.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Hey guys, first of all, we got a brand new camera angle.
I see her mouse moving. She's sitting at the computer. Why doesn't she just start her stream? She's just sitting there stealing YouTube videos.
One of those feels like you're stealing from someone who does need it, or you're stealing from, I don't know, not a corporation. One of those feels worse. We're not talking about legality. It's theft regardless. We're talking about what is morally worse.
Girl, you're being sued. It's in the title of the video you're watching. We are talking about legality and you're admitting to theft. God, she's so stupid.
Oh my god, I mean, Dams might actually be like top 10 stupidest people on the planet. I thought she was only like doing this shit to Ethan to like maliciously spite him, but I feel like it's just in her nature. She's one of those like reactors where, you know, you're not really adding much transformative commentary and you're essentially just taking the content. You know, we had that Jinx Reloaded. That was one of the first content cops ever made on these sort of leechers. I mean, no wonder her lawyers are trying to push blame onto others because they know that her personal case is completely cooked. Like, nobody is going to actually take this on unless they're getting like a retainer beforehand, because if it's based on like winning the case or something, there's no way you're ever getting paid. And we just know the amount of incriminating clips that Dams actually has. There's just absolutely no way she's winning this copyright lawsuit. Anyways, moving on to another dumb streamer. This one's called Connor Eats Pants, and they just have like the worst takes ever possible. I don't think they're a sun orbiter. Maybe they're like a pseudo sun orbiter, just like politically brain rotted or whatever. Here they are justifying the CPS call on Ethan's kids again. Connor Eats Pants throws shots at Ethan's over the CPS situation. Funny because he got mad people call CPS. So quick context here, he's talking about the Fear and podcast that is Hassan's podcast with QT Cinderella and a bunch of other people. It's the Hezbollah podcast, right? The one where Hassan's like, well, Hezbollah is actually my favorite flag, guys. You know, the one with the AK-47?
When are you coming back to Fear and? Ask March, bro. These are in the books, people. I think Hassan needs a political podcast, and you should do it with me so that I make a lot of money. Because I'll be funny, and then he can, like, bring the topics. You call it Leftovers. That'd be funny. Wait, Leftovers 2 would be so funny, though. CPS, the Connor Piper show. Okay, that's pretty good. It's funny because, like, he got mad that, like, people called, like, CPS on Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein got mad people called CPS. I saw something on that recently. I was like, oh, like, yeah, that is kind of funny. People called protective services. But then I saw that, like, literally he was like, yeah, like, my kid, like got, like a sickness you only get if you, like, eat dog shit. And the whole family, like, started eating dog shit. And everybody got the dog shit sick. That is rather concerning. You're about to be on the IG stories. He better not sue me. That would make me so fucking sad. I don't have, like, mental fortitude to deal with that.
Okay, here's a thought, you absolute moron. If you don't want to get sued, how about you stop saying that the CPS call was justified? I mean, I'm just saying, I would not be talking shit. We have Ethan here going after literal Discord and Reddit mods, alright? I don't think anyone is safe at this point, so, I don't know, I just wouldn't be talking shit here. And can I just say, I have actually, like, no idea who this is. I've seen a couple of their tweets here and there, and every time is the most brain-dead dog shit takes ever. I don't know if this person is clearly politically brain rotted if they wanted to associate with Hassan, if they're excited about going on their podcast or whatever. But don't worry, eventually everybody will see the light. Eventually everybody will be a Pegasus fan watching the legendary series. So yeah, it's a matter of time. We will convert the entire world. Right, here's what people are saying. Wow, 20 seconds of research and you can find that Giardia is like super common and normal thing for kids to get. This guy's the best side character. He wants to be sued too, must feel left out. I feel like a lot of people are feeling very left out right now. And it seems like Ethan is like, you know, one by one, everybody. I'm still waiting for the Noah Samson, the Bad Empanada. Like, Ethan's been teasing a lot. He's been edging everybody, like a little bit by little bit. And yeah, I mean, this guy's obviously not going to get sued. He has nothing to do with the situation. He's just being an idiot on the internet, obviously. Childless commentary, many such cases. Any creator spreading this lie about the dog shit at this point shouldn't be taken seriously. Ethan, mission accepted. That is diabolical. Strategic obtuseness is one of the most common tactics here. He's either lying about the CPS thing, or worse yet, he believes what the haters were saying and didn't vet it. Well, I'll tell you what's going on here. Basically, it's my side, their side. I support his son and his goons Squad, therefore I just automatically agree with everything they say. There's no, like, nuance to this at all. What a dumb mother flipper. Anyways, click this video or you're reborn as Denim's lawyers. You're just cooked. Alrighty, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Hey kids, have you guys ever heard the term cash grab? If not, allow me to read you the dictionary definition. Cash grab, part of speech, noun, product designed primarily or solely with the intent of generating profits or money. An activity engaged in with the intention of making money quickly. But my favorite personal definition of a cash grab is an expensive product of dubious quality or design created just to make a quick buck. So, you know, examples would be like where a makeup company will make some sort of eyeshadow palette and then slap an influencer's name and face on it as if it's some revolutionary new like high quality product, but it's really just a chalky piece of garbage, but they make way more money on it than they normally would because the influencer's name's on it. There's cash grabs everywhere in life. What else? That $999 monitor stand that Apple came out with a few years ago. Wellness apps that tell you things about your body that you already know, like you're gonna have an energy dip at 3 p.m. The McRib, you get it. Well, friends, Hollywood is no exception. It is a hungry business, and many movies, oftentimes sequels especially, are put out by studios as cash grabs. They put minimal effort and minimal budget into their project, knowing that it's probably going to make a lot of money because it's attached to the original. But sometimes the cash grab doesn't grab the cash. Ladies and gents, enter the worst cash grab film I have ever seen to date, Mean Girls 2. The absolute garbage and not sequel to the brilliant, funny, original Mean Girls. Mean Girls 2 stars Joe, a not like other girls
Are you
tomboy who
chewing
has been
cords,
forced to
ma'am?
move around with her NASCAR mechanic
Get
father
out
for
there.
most of her life, landing at North Shore High on what is supposed to be a pit stop. Race car humor. What is supposed to be a pit stop before college, but instead turns into a 2-hour-long, pukey, cringy mess. I kid you not, this is almost as bad as Teen Star Academy, and this is going to be a long video because I had something to say about almost every single scene. I couldn't help myself. So buckle up, put on your tiered party dress and hair feathers, and let's try to make Mean Girls 2 happen, but it's not going to happen. But first, a word from today's sponsor, you already know. Hey, do you ever feel like you're literally so busy that you can't function? Like you really just want a 5-minute break to yourself? Well, you know who knows that you're busy? Today's sponsor, HelloFresh.
Good mood, good food. HelloFresh.
HelloFresh takes care of meal planning and prepping and cleanup and all of that stuff to help you save time in your busy schedule. Between the pre-portioned ingredients, foolproof recipes, and convenient doorstep delivery, you have a time tomorrow, basically. You should be able to have the career of Beyonce. Not having to worry about dinner is the gift that keeps on giving. I love HelloFresh so much. I love every recipe I've ever made with them. I love the convenience. Love not having to go to a grocery store, talk to people. And with the cost of groceries going up like crazy right now, HelloFresh is more affordable than ever, cheaper than groceries, and about 70% less expensive than dining out. Or
like
dining
maybe a
in
Gatorade
when you
lid.
order it from one of those food delivery apps. Also very exciting, now it is easier than ever to really power up with protein. All you have to do is check for the protein smart tag on the menu, and you can easily find recipes that have 30 plus grams of protein. For all of you buff bros out there, I tried, I can't remember what it was, I think it was the 1-pan shawarma spiced turkey lettuce wraps. So good. It's all good and convenient and affordable. And spectacular. So if you're interested in trying out HelloFresh and saving some time, saving some money, and making some delicious food, you can visit HelloFresh.com and use code JamieSaid60 at checkout for 60% off plus free shipping. I'm kind of anti-shipping, so I think free shipping is always good. Again, friends, that's HelloFresh.com, and when you're checking out, use code JamieSaid60 to save 60% off plus free shipping. Thank you, HelloFresh, for sponsoring a portion of today's video. And now back to the show. Hey kids, we're back. So this movie centers around the adorable main character Jo, who opens everything with her sort of internal thought monologue, kind of like in the first Mean Girls movie where Lindsay Lohan narrated everything. So she's narrating over top of this kind of strange scene where some random man is paying her a big ol' stack of cash for an unknown reason.
It's not like I'm selling my kidney or anything.
Spoiler alert, he is actually paying her to befriend his daughter, but more on that later. So Joe's inner monologue goes on to tell us that her dad builds engines for race cars, and because of his work, she has had to change schools
2 times a year for the past 8 years.
So she's been around, you know what I mean? She's seen some things. And today is her first day at yet another school, North Shore High. Same high school as the original Mean Girls.
The last stop before Carnegie Mellon University. My dream school.
Yeah, so there's this other school she really wants to attend and talks about it throughout the whole movie. It's called Carnegie Mellon. Mellon's not a school word.
Mellon.
She wants to attend this other school because her late mother attended, and it's a whole thing. Just pay attention. So she's walking in on her first day of school, and it's kind of funny because they did that thing they did in the original Mean Girls movie where the main character's inner monologue kind of explains all the social tribes of the school. Remember when Lindsay Lohan was like, you got the JV jock? Or no, it wasn't Lindsay Lohan, it was Janice. Yeah, Janice was like, you got the JV jocks, nerdy Asians, cool Asians, girls who eat their feelings, girls who don't eat anything, you remember. So Joe does the same thing, but she compares all the social groups to cars.
Like the muscle cars, who think they own the road. Smart cars, who don't fit in. The I'm so perky I might shake off my tube-top cutesy cars. The high-performance, high-maintenance sports cars.
And these car analogies are obviously because Joe is into cars. Man, it's almost as if Joe is different than other girls. Joe, are you like other girls?
Do I look like most girls?
Yeah, you do. You just don't really talk like them. A lot of car puns.
If they liked you, your life was all green lights.
So friends, meet the Plastics 2.0. With this girl in the middle, Mandy, she's like the leader. She's the Regina George, if you will. The other two are Chastity and Hope. Weird names for their characters, but I guess it's irony. And they are boring. Their personality traits are so silly. Chastity sleeps around. That's her character trait, and she's stupid. And Hope is a germaphobe.
Who believe that germs led to ugliness, and ugliness led to death.
Can't argue with that. So then we meet our other main character, Abby. She is a loser. She is one of those girls that bad things always happen to, you know, like random 36-year-olds carrying a tray of milkshakes, walking by, tripping over nothing, and then dousing her from head to toe. I hate when that happens. So Joe heads over to Principal Duval's office, played by, was it Tim Meadows? I can't remember his name. Doesn't matter. He's the only actor from the first movie that agreed to do the second movie.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
I mean, I can't blame him. The script they gave him was top-notch.
The cheerleading squad will be going to the public library for a field trip. Last year we had some problems with that where 12 girls go and we had 15 girls come back.
Huh?
I know how much you all love vampires, but
What's
remember,
going on?
Nurse will be heading up the blood drive.
So Joe heads to her first class, which is
Are you guys chasing each other?
not like other girls.
Oh,
which is
Money
why
is
her
playing with the
entire shop class is
baby.
100% male students plus her. No girls would ever take shop.
She's never played with the
Besides
babies like
Chip.
this.
And she meets this kid Tyler, who was also in Pretty Little Liars, and is at
She's
least,
entertaining her
like, 23 years
kid.
old.
What a good mommy.
They kind of get
Oh.
off on the wrong foot though while they're building their birdhouses because Tyler is.
I have the best cat
Guess you
ever.
could decorate it.
But I was thinking I could carve the dovetail joint.
Yeah, Tyler, she knows what a dovetail joint is, so.
Put that in your back pocket.
Meanwhile, the Plastics are having lunch, and we find out that the leader, Mandy, is dating this doofus guy named Nick. But she's only dating him because he has a full ride to UCLA or something.
Yeah, 1 week in LA and I'll be a bikini model, reality star, awesome.
I don't know if it's the little house on the prairie dress or like the big dumb bows in her hair or the general 36-year-oldness, but Mandy is incredibly uncool for a character who's supposed to be the coolest girl in school, you know?
Awesome.
Also, why is she allowed to bring her chihuahua to school? I guess they make exceptions for cool girls at North Shore.
Nikki, over here, I missed you. Hey, have you been lifting weights?
How long has it been since you guys have seen each other? Aren't you dating? And attending the same school?
Oh, dude, your rat dog just tongued me.
This movie's so weird. Joe shows up to eat lunch too and almost gets groped by this creep. Thankfully, she has eyes in the back of her head.
No groping south of the equator.
Dang. Hot chick can really handle herself.
Wow, the hot chick can really handle herself.
Wow, I just said that. So Mandy's chihuahua runs over to Abby, who gives her a treat, which she immediately goes back and pukes up into Mandy's purse.
Oh my gosh! Who did that?
Yeah, who did that? Dogs don't puke unless someone gives them an unauthorized treat, so I must point the finger of blame.
It was Abby.
Yeah, of
Are
course
you
it
guys
was
getting
Abby.
each other?
Abby
Oh my god, they're
excuse me.
literally so cute.
See what I mean? Wait, what was that for?
What a
Abby
good
offers
mama.
Mandy her purse. Mandy says no. Stupid girl puts her purse behind Abby, so Abby trips on
Money's
it.
got
Okay,
herself
sorry,
a best
just had
friend.
to double check because that was a really weird shot.
Get him,
Also,
Money.
wouldn't that smash
that baby.
everything in your purse? Hope you didn't have any snacks in there, like hope you didn't have any bugles in there. So that's the end of that scene. We've established everybody's character, and then Mandy throws her purse away along with its entire contents. So her phone, her wallet, bugles probably, and her dog. So that's cool. So this high school has like its own version of Facebook. It's called North Shore Centric. You know, the kids can friend each other, they can post statuses, etc. Abby has 3 friends. They all appear to be her family members. I think this first one is her sister. And if you actually pause and take the time to read what they wrote on her wall, it's kind of hilarious. You know, just one of those fun little gems that the director didn't think anybody would pause to read. This one from her sister says, "What time are you going to be home for dinner, darling? Mom and I are making your favorite meal, honey-baked ham and sweet potatoes, plus extra sweet tea with fired green tomatoes. We may even have time to make homemade ice cream with the new peaches." Not the old peaches, obviously.
Hey, Abby, how are you doing? Any problems with those girls you told me about? I know I always stay away from them as much as possible. They always are mean to me. They make fun of my neck brace. Like I'm wearing that for fashion.
Did your dad ask you what time you'll be home for dinner? Feel free to bring some of your new girlfriends. We're looking forward to meeting Janet. I remember when I was in school, we had a brave young lady who wore a neck brace, and she turned out to be the student most likely to succeed.
Why are they talking about Janet's neck brace? And who's Janet? That's what I want to know. Anywho, the point of this scene is to actually show Mandy's status. We got sidetracked, but we're supposed to be looking at Mandy's status, which says, "Hates scum-sucking B-words who poison other people's pets." Oh, you mean the pet you threw away? So guys, obviously, this means war. Of all the catalysts that could have sparked a plot for this movie, these filmmakers chose a puking chihuahua. I don't know how else to say it, that's what they did. So because of the dog puke incident, the plastics start kind of wreaking havoc on Abby's life. So Mandy's boy smashes chili and mashed potatoes in her face, somebody takes a picture of it, they shoot paintballs at her car, throw toilet paper at her, all the typical things bullies do to ugly losers. And Joe cannot just sit idly by and watch this all happen. She won't stand for it anymore. She offers Abby a ride home because I guess she couldn't drive her car because there's paint on it. So she takes her home on her Vespa where she meets Abby's dad. Recognize him from earlier?
I'll buy her some new clothes. We get a spa.
Honey's not gonna fix this, Sydney.
Hold up, that's Sydney? Okay, so it was her dad who wrote the Honey Baked Ham novel. Why did I think it was her sister? I thought he looked sisterly.
If only she had some friends.
Light bulb.
Yeah, so the dad gets this bright idea to pay Joe, who he just met, to befriend his daughter. But the really weird thing is that this is supposed to be the exact scene that we already saw at the beginning of the movie, but they changed it. They shot 2 different scenes.
I mean, just look at that face, Joe. Abby needs you. We need you. And we're willing to pay. Just look at that face. She needs you. We need you. And we're willing to pay.
Am I weird or is that weird?
How thirsty I get when I'm weird.
So guys, Joe is conflicted. She wants to accept the $4,000 that Sydney is offering because she needs to get into that school, but she's not really sure because what a sketchy thing to do, you know? However, Sydney is very convincing.
And I should have realized why. He was the king of infomercials. He could sell anything from meat juicers to cat toilets.
Sorry, what? Sydney sells meat juicers? I was on the fence before, but I'm on board now. Take his money, girl. Any man who can juice meat, A-okay in my book. So meanwhile, the plastics have recruited this guy Elliot, who's a geek, and he is a hacker of sorts, and you know what that means. He'd be like, I'm in, because hackers be like, I'm in. They have him post some embarrassing pictures of Abby.
Look like her anymore, right? She's let it take her and become a vapid excuse for the person she used to be, and I know that she's very aware of it. So I have a little bit more respect for her because I know that she's aware of it, and eventually I think she'll quit this shit. But they can't. They make so much money. This is a perfect example of people who hate what they do. Well, she does, but can't escape it because they make too much money doing it. Imagine being trapped in something you don't want to do because you make too much money. I mean, that's a lot of people in a lot of jobs, I guess, and I understand that. But Matt so desperately wants to be famous on the internet that he'll do anything to do it, right? Including starting a weird podcast in his bedroom where he's laying on a mattress that went for one episode and then didn't go anywhere else. After the big scandal with the kids being left in the room on the cruise ship, they did lose a lot of subscribers, they lost a lot of support, and they lost a lot of guests, I think, that would have come on their podcast. Now they have had some pretty big guests, and they still continue to do so. But they aren't what they once were. That's for sure. And I guess we take a look at their channel here. Ooh, someone posted this. Wow, how their relationship changed. She's not made for YouTube, man. You can't prank your husband by putting your camera on a tripod when all you guys do is daily vlog. Whenever you see influencers who are out there and they are pranking each other, I just need you to know this, okay? I need you to know it. They know they're being pranked. The person being pranked probably made it up, and just because they know everywhere they go, there's a camera set up on a tripod everywhere. Like, stop thinking that prank channels are real. They're not real. Pranking, like, unsuspecting people in public, that shit can be real. But these couples pranks, none of them are real, okay, guys? Ridiculous. I don't know, I haven't scrolled in this in a long time. Apparently they got one of their kids off a diving platform because Della Vlogs did this too, or I'm not sure, because Della Vlogs is probably copying Matt Nabby. I don't think Matt Nabby and Della Vlogs are friends. They have been on each other's podcasts, but I don't think that they talk. But I think Matt Nabby did this, which is silly. Don't do this to your kid. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe do it to your kid, I don't know. But then Della Vlogs did the same thing, and I'm not sure the kid actually did jump. So they're just, all they do is copy each other. Everybody just copies each other, and it's the same boring garbage content, and none of it is funny. Nobody is good at it. It's I don't understand how these people have audiences. Like, there's good
You
stuff
make your
on YouTube,
entire
there's good
income
content out
off
there. Why
of
are
the
you
back
watching
of
this
it, though.
bullshit? It's not even funny. So they got more day in the lives. Again, you're seeing their kids creep back into their lives, and the reason I'm showing you this is because these guys decided a while ago they weren't going to show their kids anymore, and then now all of a sudden you're seeing their kids a lot more than you used to because they're running out of content and they're running out of money. Here it is. They have 8 million subscribers. The growth is pretty steady. They've only got 1 million long views this past month, 82 million shorts. Now that's quite a bit. I don't think they're making a lot of money on the shorts. You don't make a lot of money on shorts. Now that could be a couple grand, sure, which I know to a lot of people is a lot of money, but not to them. Okay, 1 million long views gives them about, I don't know, nets them about $10,000 a month. That's not terrible, depending on if they have a good CPM. Their subscribers, though, are steadily climbing. This is 10. You know, it's weird that they're climbing in their subscribers at a steady pace at 10,000. You know, they've gained 50,000 this month. I think, is it 50,000, 40,000 this month? Yet their views are super, super, super low. It must be that the short views are bringing them subscribers, but it's not engaging the long viewers. We are living in a world where most content now is short view content. The long form content is dying out. A lot of people aren't doing it because it's hard to do. Well, not hard, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not easy. It's a lot harder to do than a 1 minute reel, right? Long form content, though, if you can get into it and last in it, it will be elongated because it's dying. And if we stay on here, we are the ones that get watched, right? Podcasting is definitely taking over, which is long form content. But they're not making a ton of money on here. I'd say, you know, that's about accurate, about $10,000, maybe $10,000-$15,000 a month. Again, a lot of money to a lot of people, but not to them. They used to make bank. Even in 1 year, this channel has only made 7.8 million views because they haven't really posted a lot. I'll give you that, but they still make good money residually on this channel, considering they don't post a ton on it. Okay, let's go to their unplanned podcast. Now this one has 806,000 subscribers, and the long views on this one are 1.2 million in the last month, which again, not a lot considering they are full-time influencers. That's 2.2 million views roughly over their 2 channels, and they make TikTok money too, they make Instagram money. So they are making decent cash, don't get me wrong, but they're not what they once were, right? Subscribers are steadily growing, 30,000 over the past month. In 1 year, they only get 18.7 million long views on a podcast. That's not a lot, okay? So again, I think you're seeing, what's the subscriber count? So over the year, they had a big jump up here, and it went steady. So, I mean, it's a steadily growing channel, and they're making decent cash, but they're not what they once were, which is what I'm gonna get to now. The podcast that they're on, I don't know who it is, but basically it says our family's on a product, and I want to see what Abby has. This is a 1 hour long podcast, and oh my gosh. Jinger and Jeremy Vuolo. Jinger and Jeremy. Ginger? With a J maybe? It's not Jinger, right? It's Ginger. Okay, so it's Ginger and Jeremy. Here you go. I don't even know how to say this. Vuolo? Ginger and Jeremy. Okay. But if you look at their podcast, they make a decent amount of views. They uploaded today, they got 2,000 views. My childhood made me feel invisible. Is she a Duggar? Is that what I'm looking at? Is she a Duggar?
Yeah, she's a Duggar.
Oh, Duggar family reunion. They're a Duggar. She's a Duggar. So she's capitalizing on her childhood as a Duggar and as a 19 Kids Accounting, and I'm cool with that. Absolutely. Make your cash, make your bank. You deserve it. You were exploited as a child, 100%. Anyway, here's our podcast, 139,000 views on this channel. Please tell me they have, they don't have freaking chapters. You sons of bitches, put chapters in. We're going to scrub through it here. A little bit faster than normal, 120. We'll do that just to start it, kick it off. Let's talk about Matt and Abby. Go ahead and Scabby.
TikTok dances were huge at the time, so we made a YouTube video behind the scenes of us attempting viral TikTok dances. That was the title. The YouTube video is Abby and I doing these dance trends.
That's the day we downloaded TikTok.
And
we didn't have it before then, crazy.
For whatever reason,
thanks, Jinger.
Those
I'm gonna call her Jinger from now on. I don't care what anybody says.
TikTok videos blew up. One of them got over 1 million views. We started TikTok in April of.
Imagine you have a corner of your home where there's this on your wall, or Just Fam on her wall that says Just Fam. I'll never get over that.
By August of 2020, we had 1 million followers on TikTok.
It was the most out-of-character day of my life.
I was kind of like, I've never done this before, what do I do? And then it just...
He had also never dated anybody.
Never dated.
He had never dated or kissed anyone.
Kissed each other on the first date.
Yes, even among my friends, they were shocked. They were like, no way you kissed him. On the lips, like... Lips.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Jeremy and Jinger.
Guys, welcome back to another episode of the Ginger and Jeremy podcast. And we're excited because we have some guests in-house with us.
Yes, guys, you are going to know who these people are.
Yeah, because they're assholes. And they have a reputation online, especially Matt. Let's be real. Matt has the worst reputation of both of them. Abby doesn't have a major, terrible. She just kind of like... I don't mind Abby, right? I think I would get along with Abby in real life. I honestly believe that. But at the same time, I feel like the internet has taken her from who she once was. And this is what so many people hate about influencers. They liked them when they were in their beginnings because they were humble and they were fun and they were, this and that, the other thing. Abby has let the internet shape her into something she knows she doesn't want to be. And that's why I still have respect for her, because I know that she can still see it. Matt has always been the way he is, and he's never going to change. Okay, writing songs with the word library in it. Okay, but Abby, I think hopefully one day we'll see this and just walk away from it all. And I honestly, my gut tells me that about Abby.
Really? Pioneer. Well, before we introduce them, I don't really have a formal introduction.
You say they pioneered something? What they pioneer? How to abandon your children on a cruise ship?
Drum roll, please.
They are the premier podcasters.
Yes.
No, they're not. They're not the premier podcasters. And stop giving everybody a podcast. Okay? I know I say that calling myself a podcast. But I did this way before it was cool, okay? To everybody in there and have a freaking podcast, okay? The Fairyland Sisters, I was gonna do that video today. I started watching, like,
baby.
If you are not funny or interesting in some way, stop having podcasts. Can we start a petition or something? Like, let's be real. The best podcasts in the world are by the funniest people who are most engaging, except for Call Her Daddy. I have no idea why that is the way it is. No idea. Okay, no idea. But let's be real. Good good podcasts are run by comedians. I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying the best ones I listen to are run by comedians.
They are.
And these people are, I guarantee, are not funny. Okay, she's a joker.
Right now.
They are top tier. They're so much fun, and we're
You don't know anything about them. You have no idea.
super excited to have them in studio.
Matt Abby.
Oh, he hold me. Get your hand off her leg. It's funny and weird. Why are you doing that, buddy? Can you see your underwear or something?
You got something.
Just up so much there.
Come on.
This guy is such a critical
You probably asked
asshole.
them to send the thing about who you are, and you probably wrote that, Matt.
That introduction.
Rude. If you don't have good criticisms, just keep your mouth shut. If you're just gonna call people names. At least have good criticism.
Okay, are you guys ready for a part 4 of the
Oh,
Daddy-Daughter Dream
wow.
Team? I did a little post
My
and
finger
a lot
is
of you guys
hurting
said yes, you would
from the
like
string.
an update. We are going to revisit the dynamic between Sarah and her BFF, who, according to Patrick, it's all of the trolls' fault that they are no longer friends. So, guys, and I mean me and you, apparently we need to take some accountability for what we have done. So buckle up and let's get into it. Honestly, I had zero plans to
Dude,
revisit
look
the
at my
Daddy
finger.
Daughter Dream Team. A 4th. I think we're at number 4 now since I first posted my video about them. But I had to batch film some videos this weekend for this upcoming week. And one of the toughest parts about my channel, it's like cute little mini violin, but seriously, is finding new content that I think you are going to enjoy. So sometimes that does mean going back to familiar territory, especially when there are new updates, and in this case there definitely is. So since we last talked about Sarah and Patrick, they decided to take a step back from TikTok, threatening to possibly be done altogether.
Hi guys. So I know everybody's been wondering where we were at. I'm sorry. We've gotten a lot of messages. People are concerned what's going on. We're fine. The grind to 50K took a lot out of us. Posting 3 times a day, sometimes 4, doing lives at least once a week, and working full time. It got to be much.
Yeah.
Also, unfortunately, our trolls are the worst in the world. Like, they are all over us, even in real life. Okay, we've had to deal with a lot of in real life attacks from them recently. And we're starting to wonder if it's even worse. So I don't know when we'll be back. I don't know if we'll be back. Because honestly,
there's more trolls than there are supporters, and there's just not enough supporters to drown out the meanness of the trolls.
and it's not, I mean, if it was just online, it would be one thing, but them coming out our real life friends,
Yeah.
Our family,
That's why we've made our Instagrams private, because we just don't need that.
you know, we gotta protect ourselves and our family and our friends. So, honestly, the small amount of money that we make from TikTok just doesn't compensate us for all that.
Yeah.
We may do a live coming up here soon. We may not, but any lives that we do from now on will be subscriber only because we're just not going to deal with any more of the comments.
Yeah.
Um,
Every time we do lives, we can't answer a lot of the questions because most of them are trolls.
and they drown out all of the genuine questions because they go by so fast.
Yeah.
So we're doing a lot of soul searching, a lot of thinking. If we want to continue this journey, I do have other TikTok endeavors that trolls can't find that are actually doing well right now.
Yep.
And I just don't know if we're gonna just cut this out completely or just keep it to once a week or what we're gonna do. So just know that we're all right. We're fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Everything's going good. We're doing really well. Jackie's doing really well.
Yeah, she is.
It's just I'm just tired of it.
Yeah. So am
Honestly.
I.
Careful,
Tired of dealing with
please.
trolls and not enough people to support us. And I mean, we know we have people that love us, but there's too many trolls. So
We started this account to have fun, and it's just become the laughing stock of TikTok, and we don't want that.
it's become worse and it's become not fun anymore. It's become
Yeah.
a chore.
Yeah.
And that's just not what we want. So anyway, just know that we're all right and that we genuinely care. And as far as the trolls go, they can keep doing whatever they're doing, but whatever. We'll always beat them. Beat their crap in real life. But I just don't want to keep dealing with it. So we may just say the hell with it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I hope you all have a great day, and we may see you again soon. We may not, but it is what it is.
But Of course, that didn't last long. It never does with people on TikTok. I cannot stand when someone makes a big dramatic exit on their social media saying, I'm done. I don't know if I will ever come back, only to reappear sometimes hours, 2 days later, acting like nothing happened, because that's not attention seeking or anything. Kind of like the video I recently did on Matthew Wallen, you know, the guy who declared he was done and then popped back up literally a day or two later. If you have not watched my video on Matthew, please, after this one, do yourself a favor. If you like these type of videos, you are going to love that one. I really think you are going to like that one. So go check it out. But anyway, Sarah came back with a video saying that her and Daddy would come back if they received a certain amount of likes on the video that she was doing. And now you might be thinking, they are not a massive channel. No shade, I'm not a massive channel either. And that's okay. But you might be thinking, okay, how many likes is she really asking for? 1,000? 2,000? 5? No, not quite.
So, we've had several messages expressing support for us. People say they want us to keep posting. Well, it's time for a test to see if that's actually true. If you want us to keep posting, then help us out. You see, the only people that are active lately are the haters. All the good people who support us stay silent. I'm not asking you to speak up or buy anything or do anything except share and like this video. That's it. That's all we want out of our followers. Share and like our videos. These metrics will tell TikTok to push it out to more and more people. So if we can hit 20K likes in the next 48 hours on this video, Dad will post a Cooking with Dad. If we get to 100K likes, we will turn comments back on. And finally, if we can get 250K likes, we will come back and start posting daily again. This is how we see how much support we really have. Sharing, liking, and favoriting our videos is free for you. It doesn't expose you to hate, because they will be liking our videos too, because they don't want us to leave, or they'll have nothing to do. Which means they won't be able to tell who's a fan and not. Don't just do that for this video. Go through all our recents and do the same thing. Watch till the end, like, and share. Let's see how many fans we really have that will show up and take us to the future.
So that didn't exactly happen. But let's jump over to Sarah's personal TikTok account. If you did not know, she has a personal TikTok account. She's not just a part of the Daddy Daughter Dream Team. She also has her, I think it's called All About Sarah, something like that. Either way, she put some updates on there as well, on where she's been. And her first update from a couple of weeks ago was basically just a remix of the same tired speech she and Patrick gave about being done. How everything was affecting their real lives, their real relationships, which by real relationships, all they mean is the parasocial relationship that was created with Jenna, which we are going to get into that mess in a minute. But on that video, Sarah received a comment and she made a separate video just a couple days ago responding to the comment.
First of all, he isn't doing things. Second, I don't think it's concern at all, because if it was, then it would have stopped on the now 10 or more occasions when I've made a video specifically stating that nothing's going on and I'm fine. The problem is that you people are so afraid to be wrong that you come up with all these incredibly wrong excuses like, oh, I must be groomed, or it's so normal for me that I just can't see it, I must have Stockholm Syndrome, and a dozen other excuses. The truth is, you want there to be some scandal. That's why someone from Reddit created that AI account and tried to make people believe it was us. They can't stand to be wrong, so they gotta create more drama. Here's an idea you might want to try. Mind your own business. And I already know the comeback for this one, so let me save you the trouble. You put yourself out there on the internet, so you have to expect criticism. Or we just want to make sure you're safe. I am safer with my family than I would be listening to any of you. So yeah, I'm safe. And yeah, we put ourselves out there on the internet. That does not give you the right to accuse my dad of things that are so terrible. Call him creepy looking all you want. Say he acts like a child. Say you don't like him. But don't come up with accusations that you can't back up with hard facts. Okay, I think that about covers this comment. I might see you again, I might not. I haven't decided yet. In the meantime, why don't you think about this? If everything you say was true, why hasn't anything been done yet with all the people making viral videos about us? How is my dad still free? The simple answer is, there is no proof. So in the court of the internet, it's okay to destroy an individual without proof? Sounds more like a witch hunt to me. I thought we had evolved past such juvenile behavior. Guess not.
And honestly, I love how whenever Sarah wants to get super serious to her haters, she whips out the F-bomb. It's her go-to move. Okay, guys, I mean it. Seriously, F you. That's how we know she's locked in. And because Patrick has zero self-control when it comes to this drama, he had to, of course, insert himself with a little clapback. He posted a video to his haters talking about just how unbothered he truly is. So unbothered that he recorded a nearly 10-minute video telling everyone just how unbothered he is. 10 minutes. Not lying, guys. 10 minutes. Anyway, I am not about to make you sit through the full thing. No one deserves that. I'll give you the highlights so that you don't have to waste 10 minutes of your life on a man proving how unaffected he is by posting a 10-minute video. So I'm going to trim it and give you the highlights.
So, y'all think we're lying. What a surprise. But since Sarah already brought it up, I wasn't going to go there, but let's look at this, shall we? So their evidence that it's us is we like their photos on Instagram. And Sarah lip-synced the song. Well, you do, of course, realize that songs, TikTok videos can pop up on people's For You page that you interacted with. It's part of the algorithm. So Sarah was the only one to make a lip sync. Sarah was the only one to actually make a lip sync or use the song. Well, it wasn't up long apparently, and she's the only one that saw it. And as for liking their photos on Instagram, well, we've already told you about that. We literally want to support a small creator, even if it was AI. So let's set this to rest right now. Let's take a look. So the way they pin this on us is apparently this Ariella Brigman character sounds a lot like Aurelia. Okay, well, the trolls know our book just as well as we do. They've read it. There's been trolls that read our book just for the sake of research and trying to call it AI and all this other bullcrap. Also, in her bio, apparently she had Monster Hunter as one of her interests, and everybody knows we love Monster Hunter. That's not a secret. So, let me ask you a question for all those that actually have a brain here, which doesn't include Reddit. Why, knowing that we have this Reddit snark page, deep diving into every single teeny tiny detail of our social media, why would we even think about connecting that account to us? If I was going to create an AI account, I certainly would not make it anywhere similar to us in any way, because that would be too easy for our trolls to find, which they did, because, you know, it was right there. Which they did, because, you know, it was right there. So the only other people with the motive and interest in us to create that account is our
I can't believe there are that many people out there who are just like complete and total losers that sit on. I mean, I'm sure that they overlap. Like, the loser on Reddit is probably in this snark page and that snark page and that. Like, I'm sure that they overlap, but like, it's baffling to me to think how there are dozens of trolls who violate your privacy and, you know, like, go above and beyond the like internet trolling and go into your real life, right? For pretty much every content creator. So you're telling me for all the millions of content creators, there's even 2 or 3 million additional individuals who are like sitting at home with no life? Is it that common?
Making it all about us with our interests, and even Sarah's age was there apparently. Is it more believable that I'm that stupid? Or that Reddit
That's
is
weird to think about.
Again, and they went so far as to send this to Sarah's best friend and say that I created it with her image. Sorry, that's not it worked. Sarah lost her best friend over it. So now we're going to tie this back in. And I hope that Jenna sees this. I really do, because she's hasn't brought this on TikTok. I hope she sees this and realizes that she got duped. But in any case, let me be clear. I would not now, nor ever, create an AI account that posts anything even slightly NSFW. I don't do that. And two, you can stop trying to pin this AI account on us. Because even in the event that it were true, that we created it, you can't do anything about it. The only thing you're doing is making yourselves look like asses. Which, I mean, if the shoe fits. But honestly, this account has nothing to do with us. It never did. I figured if we just left it alone and let them wear themselves out, they'd stop, just like they did with the Purity Ring video. But apparently, they're so pissed off, excuse me, they're so pissed off because we got a dog, and apparently we can't afford a dog. By the way, Jackie's happy, healthy, and absolutely the sweetest, most wonderful dog I've ever had. That pissed them off
It's a
so
moth
much
in here.
that now they have to do everything they can to try and ruin us.
Did I like accidentally leave a window open or something?
Just
like, what the fuck?
We're still fine. We're still happy. And we're still making a shit ton of money. Thanks to you guys continuing to encourage creators to post things. So enjoy. Have fun. And, yeah, I know you're going to complain about the length of this video, but I don't give a shit. I can talk as long as I want. It's my channel. But I hope that sets to rest this AI account bullshit. And if it doesn't, oh well. Because at the end of the day, it don't matter. None of it matters. Nothing you say matters. Because in the long run, you can't do shit about it. Sure, you can go viral with videos about us all the time, but that just sends more people to our page. We literally haven't posted more than 2 videos in the past 3 weeks.
Bro.
And we made over $400. Just sitting here letting you guys give us views and money. We don't have to post. We can make money just sitting here. So, keep going. Keep making us famous. Keep making us money. Because it doesn't matter. Because you cannot do anything about it.
There's food literally sitting on the floor right there on the plate for you.
You can't. Anywho,
get your
I hope
food,
this opens some
Mama.
people's eyes. And if it did, well, touch you. But as for this commenter right here, I don't lie. I don't have to lie. All I have to do is tell the truth.
I love you.
And
I
honestly,
love you so
you can
much.
say I'm lying all you want. But
She's a mama.
you have no proof, so it's
A
all just a
mama
bunch of bullshit,
girl.
just like always. So have fun. And
Yeah.
by the way, please keep encouraging
I
creators
love
to
how
make
she
content.
hugs me with her
I
tail.
really enjoy all these
She wraps her tail
content
around my
creators that
my
post
arm.
videos about how I'm completely wrong, and I'm completely
love
inappropriate
you.
with my daughter.
What was that?
So yeah,
Hi,
10 minutes to
baby.
basically tell
Hi.
us that he's not behind the creepy AI account and how it is everyone's
I
fault
love
by his
you.
own that Jenna
I
and
love
Sarah
you.
are no longer besties. Groundbreaking stuff. But people were very quick to point out one tiny little detail that Patrick conveniently forgot to mention. The AI account, Ariel Brigman, yeah, its Venmo background was literally the fantasy book he and Sarah co-wrote. So, yeah, do with that what you will, and if you are lost about Ariel Brigman, AI, all that stuff, this is my 4th video on Sarah and Patrick.
Are
So
you
go
a
back
purring?
to, I believe I talked
Aw,
about the
I
AI
love
account in
you.
video number 1. But the real part that I wanted to focus on is how Patrick is out here actually blaming
Is she biting your
everyone
tail?
else for
Tell her
Jenna
stop.
blocking
Hey,
him and
hey, that's
Sarah on
enough.
TikTok
Don't
and
be mean to
Instagram.
Mama's
Like,
tail.
sir, really?
She
We're
said that was
still
enough.
pretending this was a
She said
deep,
that was
soul
enough,
bonded
little
friendship,
shark.
when in reality it was just a one-sided parasocial fantasy that you spinned into something it never was. I came across something on Reddit shortly after posting my last video, and I wish I had put it in my first one. I had already posted my video this time, so I'm going to insert it here, but it's basically a cameo that Patrick bought for Sarah from Jenna, because nothing says totally normal, healthy friendship like paying
Gentle.
that friend to send you a personalized message on Cameo.
Hey family, what's up family? I hope y'all are doing okay. Guess what? I missed my flight to LA, so I'm outside waiting for another flight. But look, I got the green eye, hey. The green hair, hey, my dad, you know. But, oh, bestie, Sarah, I miss you, and I miss the whole fam. I hope all of y'all are doing okay. I've been so busy. I go to LA and come back to North Carolina, and I have 10 more shows after that. But I'm so blessed. I got to see you guys, especially at my first Comic-Con. It means so much, and just the energy, y'all are just also just amazing. Just my family forever and ever. Y'all are so amazing, and I hope y'all are doing okay. And Sarah, oh my gosh, man, you are the best. We are twins forever and ever, and I'm so happy I got to meet you. And your dad said you became a lot stronger woman since meeting me. Oh, I became a stronger woman since meeting you. So sweet. Seriously, take care of yourself, bestie, okay? I miss y'all so much. I miss y'all's pretty faces. Come back. I love y'all.
Now let me be clear. I am not, nor would I ever, blame Jenna for the way that Sarah had it convinced that they were best friends. I would never do that. That one's on Patrick, 100%. He fueled that narrative, supported it, and let it grow way beyond what it ever should have been. But when I saw the cameo, things started to click. Like, I kind of get why Sarah believed what she did. I have always seen her as someone who has been deeply sheltered. Still is. I don't think she has much of a support system outside of her dad. So getting a sweet personalized video from someone like Jenna probably felt huge. Like, finally, someone besides her dad saying something kind and encouraging. Of course she latched onto that. And I think I mentioned this in my previous video, but it really does seem like Patrick saw Jenna as a safe friend for Sarah, because it wasn't an actual friendship. He knew there was no real risk of Sarah forming a genuine, independent bond with her, because if she started building real life relationships with people who could actually give her advice, feedback, or God forbid, perspective, that's a threat to Patrick's control. And let's be honest, he's not trying to risk that. Keeping the circle small means keeping the power. So now we're at the point where they are threatening to quit the internet entirely. And honestly, it's like, okay, do it, don't do it. Either you care what everyone thinks or you don't. Pick a lane, stay in it, ignore the haters like you say you're going to do, and keep doing what you're doing if you're doing nothing wrong and you have nothing to be ashamed of, or get off the internet. It's clearly bothering you though. That said, I do think it would be great for Sarah to branch out on her own more with social media. A space where she can share her identity, share her interests, one that isn't completely tangled up in the daddy-daughter spectacle. Because let's be real, that enmeshment happening on the TikTok account, it's not healthy, it's not normal, and it's not doing any favors for anyone involved. I still see many kind, genuine comments directed towards Sarah. People saying they want to see her thrive and live her best life. I don't think she fully sees it that way. I think she sees it as hate. But even if nothing sinister is happening behind the scenes, it's still a weird dynamic by anyone's standard, minus the very small percentage of people that get mad at me for posting about them. Most people look at this dynamic as being off. Again, I've said it before, you can have a great relationship with your parents. One that doesn't involve a bizarre proposal, the constant physical closeness, and the lack of boundaries. That does exist. You can have a good relationship, but not all the other weird stuff involved. But what do you think? Are they actually going to disappear? Or are they just doing this for more attention? Personally, I don't think they're going anywhere. I think that they love the spotlight, they love the attention, Patrick especially. He lives for it. Absolutely lives for it. This is the one thing he has done online that is actually working for him. He said himself, he's making a lot of money. Making $400. Which, have you seen grocery prices lately? But I think that's going to be it for today's video. Maybe this is going to be it for the daddy-daughter saga. If they are gone and off the internet, won't be making any videos about them, obviously. So could this be it? Could this be my last video? What will we do? Anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. As always, make sure you give this video a thumbs up. Make sure you are subscribed for more videos like this. And I will see you guys in my next video.
Hey kids, do you remember that video I posted last year called TikTok Live is extremely problematic, where I kind of went into depth about how grown men were live streaming from prison on TikTok, inviting kids into their live streams and like complaining about their marital problems to 14-year-old girls and stuff? Well, fun fact, that video originally was intended to be a comedic commentary piece where I was just gonna like talk about how all TikTok lives are really weird.
We don't got no Krispy Kremes on the bayou.
But of course my attention was diverted by what I saw, and I felt like that was more important to talk about at the time. I remember also feeling uncomfortable and weird screen recording people who were live just because, I don't know, nobody else was talking about TikTok Live at the time. So I was like going above and beyond to try to get permission from people to like post a clip of their live video.
Messing with the TV?
But now it seems like the culture has
Are you going to get the
majorly
girl on the
shifted, and
TV?
I've also noticed a lot of people saying that they hope to make it into YouTube videos because all
Are you
publicity
picking
is good
videos?
publicity, you know?
Welcome to the live stream. Please don't screen record.
Oops. Not that guy, I guess. So the newest
Okay, listen.
trend on already weird TikTok Live is so freaking weird. Let's check out an article here that says words better than I do. TikTokers are being paid to act like robots in NPC stream trend. So if you don't know what an NPC is,
Oh, I'm
no
so
worries,
glad
I
that
didn't
trend
either
is
till someone explained
over.
it to me, and then I was like, oh yeah, I know what that is. So NPC.
I'm so glad that people stopped doing that crap. That one girl made so much money, though. What are you doing? Money, I'm really getting sick of you not eating the food that I'm putting out for you. So I'm gonna just be feeding you once and twice a day, in the morning and then at night. We're gonna have to starve you until you actually consume the food that I give you, instead of asking for it and taking 2 bites and then walking away. Oh, I did get one of those lids for the cans. Hello. Oh, you're in a spunky mood. What are you doing? Money, that kitten wants to cuddle with you. She's gonna end up getting herself hurt trying to get up there. Money's like, good. I'm trying to hide from my kitten. Duh. She doesn't want her tail chewed on. Baby. Baby. Suki. 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 Are you gonna get me? Are you gonna get me? Are you gonna get me? Are you stalking me? Are you gonna get me? Are you gonna get me? Are you gonna get me? you gonna get me? Oh, you're so fucking precious. You're so tiny and precious. Oh, I love you. I love you. My baby. My baby. Suki. Aw, she kisses. No. My girl. And she's gonna fall asleep. Oh, spoke too soon. What? You want some lovin's too, Mun Bun? Come over here. Come here. Come here. Come here, Mama. Mun Bun. Come here. What you so mad about? The fly. Willie is not catching the sky raisins. Doll falling asleep. To falling asleep. I love you. Oh, big sigh. No. Such a sweet girl. Oh, I'm so ready to move towards the rest of this. I'm ready to do something new that will change it and make it look more like the thing. Dude, we're so close. So close. I will be working on this at the laundromat tomorrow. She is so precious. I'm such a lucky, lucky, lucky lady. I literally have the absolute best pets. They have really great personalities. They're all extremely smart and able to communicate their needs Just a very lucky, lucky, lucky lady. And now I have a new super awesome, super sweet, another baby. I'm so grateful. My human child is the coolest, the smartest of them all. Yo, this fly's gotta perish. I can't be dealing with a fly landing on me and shit. If I have a fly land on me in bed, I'm gonna freak out. I don't want flies flying around here, because that means spiders are going to be coming around here. Oh. tired. What time is it, like 9? 11 o'clock. I can't remember if I started this project today or if I started this last night. Shh. Money, hush. Dude, don't wake up the baby. Be quiet, Money. Money, hush. It's okay. Damn it, you're waking the baby up. You've got food literally right there. Please stop waking the baby up. Shh. Get the fuck off of that shit! You've got literally a plate full of food sitting right there! It's literally right there! And now the kitten's awake. You literally have an entire plate with food right here. Oh, you butthole. Dude, seriously? That's what we got. This is the food that we have right here. That's it, right there. Come on, you gotta eat it. That's what you got. I love you too, but that's not going to change the food. God damn it, now the kitten's awake. Come on, babies. Baby. Suki. Come on, Suki. Yeah, I'll give you some fucking cheese. Hold on. Money loves Parmesan cheese. I get it. No, Orly. I'm sorry, buddy. Don't cry. I'll give you some cheese. Hold on. You want the cheese tax? Is that what I said? The cheese tax? You gotta pay the cheese tax. Where's the baby? Oh, there she is. She's pooping. I thought I smelled something disgusting. All gone. All gone. No, Orly. No. Stop licking your socks. No. You can't have the cat food. No. Go lay down. Everybody got a treat. All done. Go lay down, Orly. He is so scared of money. No. No. Back up. Back up. Back. Good boy. Another can of cat food. Wasted. Alright, I gotta get my baby kitty. She was fucking sleeping. Which would have meant she would have stayed sleeping, and now she's gonna be up and fucking around, and I have to worry about her getting out the door. And I don't want to worry about the kitten going out the door because I want to sleep. Oh, you mother... Bro, this is gonna make a cute... There you are. A cute bag. It's gonna be a perfect little backpack. The ultimate test. I see you creeping up. Back up. Nope. Dude, I'm not going to give you anything if you don't back up and go back to your spot. Okay, the hair fits inside. That's a good sign. All right, let me go kick my dog's ass. Get back. Back up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Keep going. Back. 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 Now you can turn around. What? Hurry, little one. It's time to go to bed. I don't know what you want from me, girl. You did not eat the food I gave you. I literally tried multiple times. Orly, go lay down. All done. Go lay down. Come on, Muns. You want a treat? Good night. I love you. Thanks for hanging out with me while I crochet and all that stuff. Super duper appreciate you. And I'm so grateful for you and for my kitty and my kiddo and my dog. Life's just grand. And yeah, gonna go to bed now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go do some laundry and also some grocery shopping, so I'll have you guys tag along for some of that. See you later.